Okay. Okay. Are we ready? We ready for some fucking commit some debate war crimes? Hmm. Hmm. You live in the UK. I'm already drunk at this point on a Friday night. Yeah, well, I don't get up to that. I'm a well-behaved pervert. Oh dear. Okay. Okay. Well, I think I should probably make the Twitch chat smaller. Do you condemn the Black Hand? What, the guys who started World War One? No? I mean, yeah, they're probably bad, right? I know Serb nationalists love those guys. Nice haircut, Loner Box. Whoa, thanks. I guess you guys missed it last time. Ooh, you debating Carantos? No, I'm not debating Carantos. I mean, he probably would jump in if he felt like, yeah. But, eh. Oh, God. I did so much legwork today. Holy shit. Did like 4 sets of squats, 4 sets of leg press, 4 sets of fucking leg raises for the quads. God. How the fuck? Okay. I could hop on a call later. I want to hear your thoughts about death. Oh my god. No, there's already people who want to talk to me about that. Fuck. Uh. God. I've already got to talk to that fucking perp person. I mean, not that I'm complaining. It's been a long time coming with that person. That person's been on my case for a while. Let me see. Let me go into my box for a start. Where the fuck is my box? There we go. Okay. Are we discussing Elon's crazy ass tweet? No. See, Kevels and Mike from PA are beefing. Oh. I love Mike drama. Watch the Muhammad hijab debate. I will absolutely not. I don't know why. It's him and that crazy fucking rabbi, right? Like, that's going to be the most useless discussion. I think even Pierce said that discussion was a waste of time, didn't he? And Pierce likes the fucking debate, sexual assault. Yeah. Do you think Israel meets the definition of apartheid from a legal perspective? Yeah, I've made that argument for quite a while. Yeah. Yeah. It was funny. It might have been funny, yeah. Because both of those guys are just unhinged fucking debate warlords. They're reckless. But honestly, I don't. Trying to think what I want to. Will you debate Hassan Abi? I told him that I would be up for arguing, yeah. But I don't know if it's going to happen. I never said it was definitely going to happen either. I don't know why people are spreading shit. I've seen you guys. You guys are all like people going into Vosh's fucking stream telling him there's a Loner Box Hassan debate. I didn't say that. And you guys know I didn't say that. But, you know, it's not in stream chat anyways. I can't even find the clip. Oh well. Oh. But apparently Vosh was being nice to me, so that's good. That's chill. His chat were like, no, we don't like Loner Box. For all the chatters, the chatters trying to drag me down. I am a Jew, debate me. Sure. Why not? Why are you vibrating? Am I vibrating? I don't know. I don't think I'm vibrating. Shit. Can you debate the Finkelstein guy? I don't. Maybe. Where am I going to start? God, my Discord's actually so busy that I can't keep up with the fucking links anymore. I had a bunch of links, but now I just can't find any of them because they're all buried away. Eugh. Oh well. You guys just want me to debate people? Oh my god. Okay, wait, hang on. Hang on. I don't even want to. I feel like I've done quite a lot of left on left violence. I want to find fucking. I don't know where where the right wing Zionists are. Where are they? There are some liberal Zionists, and they're fun enough to debate. But like, where are the right wing Zionists? Where are the people who actually like Netanyahu and like settlements? Where the fuck are they? Because the best we got for that was like, what'd you call it? The best we had for that was Quibbles, but he's not even as crazy as like a right wing Israeli. Where are they? Debate Shapiro. Probably on Rumble. It's amazing that like it's just where do you find right wingers now? Well, I feel like they're just not very present. And actually, a lot of the conservative old guard from Twitter and all that, a lot of them are defending Palestine. Like wait, am I wrong? Or is let me see. What's Lauren Southern saying? I haven't kept up with her lately. Is she defending Israel? Gone. Carl Benjamin? She's eating meat and veg. Mass graves in Canada? Oh, she's still on that. Bin Laden. Oh yeah, we need to do the Bin Laden letter. Oh shit. See, she's not really talking about it. I don't know. Is Lav a good Israel defender? I don't know. Ben Thorpe was in my comments the other day saying he'd love to talk to me. Ben Thorpe. Ben Thorpe. Do I want to talk to him? I feel like I might need to have a no platforming policy of people like people like him. Don't know. Couldn't tell you guys. Okay. Ooh. Fuck it, I don't know. Even on YouTube, actually, it's quite difficult to see, to find, what's this? There's like a viral video of Pape responding to a Zionist. Amy Schumer. I keep hearing a lot of these names I don't actually know. Is Amy Schumer like a Zionist? Let me see, what's Pape saying? Pepe.
That the land of Palestine is the land of Israel. Always when you hear it, think about someone coming to you at the dead of night in London and tells you, I used to live in your house 2,000 years ago, and because of that, the house belongs to me. And the next day, they come with the police. And the next day, they come with the police who says, they have a right, you have to give them half of their house. Zionism was a settler colonialist movement that was running away from persecution. but it wanted as much of Palestine as possible with as few Palestinians in it as possible. This was the aim of Zionism in the late
the epic music in the background and shit.
19th century. This is the aim of Zionism today. We are all entitled to go through the same process that happened in South Africa. We are entitled, as Jews and as Palestinians, to live in one democratic state where everyone is equal, and stop and reject an ideology that claims that some people are equal and some people are not. I'm asking you.
Oh, Ben Thorpe's in chat. I'm center-right and would love to defend Zionism in a nuanced way. Okay, discord.gg/loner. Let me, I can just do it. All right.
For the sake, even
Wait,
for
why am I posting his fucking restream? What the fuck?
Jewish communities around the world, because settler colonialism in Israel will become worse as the century will continue. For the sake of the people who live here and the sake of the people who live there, we are entitled to have the same kind of democracy that everybody...
Okay. There's a welcome. Ben Thorpe, okay. Let's go! Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
Good. Let me just I'm getting a double. All right, let me turn this off. Do you want me to cam up? I'm happy to.
You can. I don't really think I can because my camera's old and it doesn't like splitting.
Okay.
It gets very upset when it splits. But I'll put you up, sure.
My daughter's usually here to help me out, but this is not working right now. But you can hear me at least?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I'd love to have this conversation with you. I've seen a bunch of your stuff. It's nice to encounter someone who I would say seems reasonable, unlike a lot of people online. But I know I have a reputation for being unreasonable myself.
Oh.
As you alluded to, that I should be possibly deplatformed.
I don't know anything about your positions on Israel, so
yeah. So if we could skip the whole, like, you know, is the attack on October 7th and go a little bit like meta on it. I don't know where you'd see this, but I believe that
bastard.
I watched an Israeli once try to justify it by saying, like, well, you need to condemn Winston Churchill's carpet bombing of Dresden if you're going to hold this position. And I think he's right about that. And I think you also have to condemn the American bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Otherwise, it does look like anti-Semitism. That, like, because it's Jews doing...
Condemn what position?
To condemn the position of the Israelis, you would also have to condemn, like the behavior of the Israelis in Gaza. You would also have to condemn the behavior of Winston Churchill's England in regards to Dresden and the United States actions in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
I think it depends on the objective, right? The objective of Dresden was to stop the Nazis from steamrolling Europe. And if you didn't firebomb cities, first of all, then the problem was you'd be stuck in like a months-long invasion where actually more people die.
Well, wait a second.
So the objective there was quite reasonable: get rid of the Nazis. The problem with Israel's objective is they don't want to reoccupy Gaza. They're just hoping someone else will go in there. And I feel like with this kind of lack of intention, I don't really know what exactly they're expecting to happen next.
Wait, so you're saying, like, targeting massive civilian populations is not the problem? The problem is that it has to be a good end? What you're saying?
Well, if Israel is targeting civilians, then that would be a problem. Yeah, I don't know if they absolutely
But
are. I think they're probably being disproportionate, but I
But you
guess you don't really
understand
know
that
the details until afterwards.
but you understand that the carpet bombings of Dresden were targeting civilian populations, and Hiroshima and Nagasaki were definitely like they were terrorist bombs in the sense to cause morale. It wasn't a military.
I think for
objective.
Dresden was also the civilians were so first of all, yeah, there was like a terror was part of it, but Dresden was also they were moving military infrastructure and military equipment all the way through the city. So and Nagasaki
Yeah, I know.
and
So there'll
Hiroshima
always
was
be.
when Japan was engaged in a state of total war. So, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
I
it-
think these become, yeah, I mean, of course, and there are Hamas militants, and probably, although I don't think Hamas militants are terrorists, there probably are people who would engage in terrorism that you're killing while killing, thousands of. You understand what I'm saying? So do you disagree with me? You're saying that the carpet bombings of Dresden were justified. The bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, massive civilian populations, just an unbelievable. Those were justified, but Israel's activities are not justified. I don't see how you can hold those positions.
my problem with what Israel's doing now, and maybe you haven't noticed, but I haven't really taken a very firm stance either way. But it seems to be the case. The problem with what Israel's doing right now is that they don't have any plan or any indication of what's going to come next. And I think that's a problem because what comes next, if Israel reoccupies Gaza, that's going to be a disaster. If they just leave, that's going to be a disaster. I guess maybe the only hope is that some third party that Palestinians don't fucking hate, and where the people who are occupying don't hate Palestinians, then there might be some opportunity for like rebuilding and some positive step forward. But I don't really see that happening because who the fuck is going to do that?
So we're saying, like, did the ends justify the? This is a conversation about the ends. Do the ends justify the means? And you're saying the ends here are unclear. I think they're fairly clear that they are looking for ethnic cleansing bordering on genocide. I mean, I think they're looking to get rid of these people, right? That seems to be clear to me.
You think that's Israel's objective?
Obviously.
Well,
how could you?
If that's their objective, then that's obviously even more of a reason to condemn it, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying, I'm saying that I would think the main problem here that people would have morally is that it's a violation of international law to target civilians in large numbers. Even if there's a military, you have to really take care. And clearly the Israelis are not. That's a more fundamental problem than whether the objectives are. I mean, in a sense, those are the same thing, right? And I don't. To me, the problem with Palestine is you have thousands.
Or you cut out.
And they're not. Their lives are intended to be taken.
You cut out thousands. I don't really know what position you're taking.
What I'm saying is that I would think that it would be clear that the main problem here is that targeting massive civilian populations is the moral. Maybe I just assumed is the moral problem. Children, women, babies, elderly. I know that you're going to always have some of that, but like this is clearly the intention here.
Well, that's the difference because if the intention is to, well, the problem is that if the intention is to do that, that's the difference between. There's a difference between them intentionally doing that and them going for military targets in a dense area where civilians are going to get hit, regardless of how careful you are, right? I don't think Israel is being as careful as they should be, because
they're not being careful at all. Obviously,
they're just that wouldn't
leveling the entire.
And that's in fitting with their previous actions as well. That's kind of what they do. Is they're quite disproportionate and they are quite reckless when it comes to pursuing their goals. And again, that's why I don't think. But I don't support that. So,
but what I'm saying is, you can't single out Israel and not also say that, of course, Nazi Germany, but also the Allied forces in World War II did this. And if we go back to settler colonialism, I take it you're English,
Scottish.
Oh, okay. The English have done this sort of thing, used overwhelming force against the English, right? And from the Germans, because they did it to them. So I don't think you can single out the Israelis. I do think it's a reckoning for the entire Anglo-American project, imperial project.
It depends on what the alternative is. If you're cutting out a bit, but I'm guessing what you're comparing is with Dresden and Israel is that with Dresden, the alternative to what they did in Dresden was that they just launched a ground invasion on cities that had not been bombed beforehand, which means they get like a repeat of the Battle of Budapest, which is possibly even more deadly and slower and even less chance of success. So that's the difference, is that the alternative to things like Dresden or Nagasaki were potentially situations that would have caused even more death. Whereas with Israel, them doing like a Dresden style bombing on Gaza, the alternative to that is not like what Hamas invades Israel and kills more people. Like that's why I don't think these are very good comparisons in that regard.
Okay, so let me use just an example. You can boot me at any time. I maybe like we're not hitting each other, but if I have a problem with you and I kill your child to demoralize you and or threaten to kill your child and then you put your hands up, that's never acceptable, right?
Yeah.
Just to use a simple analogy. What happened in Dresden was not military. It doesn't serve any military purpose to do this to civilians.
The Dresden bombings did serve military purpose, though, because the town was militarized. It had military infrastructure and military equipment moving through the city.
But to carpet bomb, do you know how these people died in Dresden? Do you know what happens when you carpet bomb a city? You light an entire city. I mean, everyone died of asphyxiation. That sort of action. Is there?
We might need to do this another time because you keep cutting out like for like 10 seconds.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. It's probably my Wi-Fi. All right. Thanks, Loaderbox.
It's all right. Take care. Eek. All right, let's talk to this perp person instead then. Perp.
Hello.
Hey, is your internet good?
Yes, it's quite good.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember exactly what we were discussing. I think it was just the use of the word genocide, correct? In regards to
everyone's
bombing of
favorite
Gaza.
topic when it comes to me. Yeah.
Right. Well, I think there's a reason for that. I mean, I think there's not a lot of language that we have that can properly describe what's happening. I think that like that would be the case for like using genocide as what you call activist language. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but I assume you mean like euphemism or like maybe slight exaggeration to make the point for activism. Is that correct?
That's the only justification I can think for people using it. Yeah. I don't even know if it's a very good one, but it's probably the best one.
Okay. I mean, I think that okay. I guess like I'm not fully clear on why you don't consider it a genocide, although if you think the burden of proof is on me to explain why it is, I understand that as well. What do you think? Can you you can answer that
because
question,
I don't think we've seen any evidence from this war or in past one that the goal of the IDF is just to kill Palestinians for its own sake. That's kind of what I would consider a genocide. Like they have a special intent to just reduce the number of Palestinians on the earth. I don't think we've seen that kind of evidence yet. If they were doing that, and it was shown that they were doing that, that's a genocide. But as far as you saying like for lack of other terms, we have plenty of other terms. We have war crimes. No one likes war crimes. No one likes collective punishment. No one likes recklessness in war. carelessness, even if that's probably too generous. But yeah, we have other words.
Those are not appropriate to conveying the scope of the like humanitarian fucking disaster that this is. Like genocide
Humanitarian disaster is a term.
like
Yeah.
I mean it is, but like it's frustrating because like I don't know what like kind of what else they can do to like show their intent here. Like first of all, you mentioned like you frame it in terms of the IDF themselves, which I don't really get. Like, why do you say the IDF instead of just like Israel?
Because the IDF are the ones doing the killing.
Yes, they are, but like they get their orders from the government.
Yeah. So it could be the government as well. Yeah,
So
that wouldn't be mutually exclusive. Yeah.
right. I'm not saying like I wouldn't frame it as like the IDF is committing genocide, although they are. Like that to me is like saying like the SS committed genocide or like the Auschwitz like prison guards committed genocide. Like it's that is true, but that's like not as that doesn't convey the actual like uh uh actors behind it, which would be saying like the Nazis committed genocide in the Holocaust,
Okay,
right?
so yeah, if
So
you
I think like
yeah, I might imagine if the IDF were committing genocide, it'd probably because the Israeli state is committing genocide. Yeah, I'm not sure you can have one
right.
without the other unless the IDF's just disobeying.
Okay. Okay. So I think it's pretty clear that I mean for one thing, like uh in this in this day and age, like governments are not going to admit to genocidal intent
Mhm.
under most circumstances, especially ones with like Israel with which have a broad level of international, respect and recognition. So like we're not gonna get them saying, yeah, we're trying to wipe out Palestinians. I think, I'm not saying that like that's what it would take for you to agree that this is genocide,
Mhm.
but I don't I think that like there is certainly uh, pretty much as good as we can get, other than that full admission that like their intention is to um, like make it so that Palestinians just aren't something they have to think about anymore. I don't think they're trying to like bomb all of them to death, but I think that they are trying to kill as many as possible. And I think that their actions demonstrate that, which is all we really have, because again, they're not going to admit to
Um, so a few ways we can go there.
it. Sure.
So why do you think we have plenty of evidence to say that that's their intention now, to kill as many people as possible?
Uh, because they're carpet bombing the place without like trying to specifically target I mean as far as I can tell, like it doesn't seem like they're trying to like hit only military targets because there's so many civilian casualties and like they're just it is fairly indiscriminate. Like that seems exterminationist, does it not?
Again, it depends on what the object. It might seem indiscriminate. So what if we found out? What if there's an investigation afterwards, and it found out that they were trying to target Hamas targets, but what was happening as well as that was some of the targets were mistakes, some of them were bad intelligence, some of them were they considered, for example, like the Dahia doctrine, that they were clearing the way for a ground invasion and not allowing specific buildings to get used in the future. But there was no policy of just target
Which is like
Palestinians. If that came
oops,
out, if that all came out, would
oopsie.
you still be on the genocide train or no?
Yeah, what the fuck? It's like oopsie whoopsie,
Yeah.
we committed a little fucky wucky genocide.
Well,
Like,
genocide's about
yes,
intent, though, isn't it?
like
Like you said, they were trying to kill as many people as possible. But if they're mistakes, that's not trying to kill as many people as possible.
see, I guess the thing is like I don't I don't see why like I just find it kind of baffling that like this is what is important to you. It's important to me because like again, I think you're underselling how bad this is. And this is I mean in a couple of other ways, by the way, but this is one of them. But like why go out of your way to correct people on this? Like I think I'm not sure what to call an accidental genocide But I think like if what you're describing is true, or if that's really what's happened, then that's the words I would have to use, like accidentally committed genocide. Which, by the way, like why would I believe that either?
Um, do you think October 7th was genocide?
Uh, I would say no. I think that it was a terrorist attack. I wouldn't say it was genocide because of I think the context of it is what characterizes it.
They were just killing whoever was in their path. They went into houses and set
That's
them on
true.
fire when people were sleeping. I mean, it's like that's definitely not an oopsie. You could see civilians just running down the road and they get shot.
Yeah, I don't
They had instruction leaflets telling them to kill as many people as possible, and that's what it seems to be what they did. They didn't seem to spare anyone, apart from the hostages. Like,
sure. I guess like um I think like when we talk about genocide, I think okay. I think I think like the adherence to strict definitions can kind of handicap us because of like the nuances that are like kind of bound up in the way we use them, right? So for example, like when we think of genocide, generally like what comes to mind first for most people is like the Holocaust. And then probably like Armenian genocide comes up, is up there
hmm?
in terms of what people think of. And so that is what I think the main point I think I would try to make about my use of this word is that is the comparison that is necessary to make. And part of the like connotation of genocide in that context is uh like um hierarchy and state authority over the subjects which are being genocided, right? Which Hamas does not have over Israelis. I think that like that's what makes it a terrorist attack, but not genocide. They're not recognized um, as a state internationally in general. They consider themselves a state authority, but they don't have jurisdiction over Israel. They more or less invaded and committed war crimes against them. But I don't think you can call that a genocide because of the power balance involved in that.
Didn't need to be a state authority. Like Beirut massacre, was you quite easily made the case that that was a genocide. Of course you could. That was like 1,000 people died, and it was a militia that did it. It's like 150 people.
I mean,
Srebrenica massacre was a genocide. I mean, that was kind of a military, like Republika Srpska, but they weren't even an officially recognized state.
sure. I don't know anything about that.
Bosnia, I'm
But
talking about
again, it's like
Srebrenica.
right. Okay. Like I mean, again, like the power imbalance. I think what is relevant
Okay, but
there.
when you
Uh,
appeal to a power imbalance, you're just telling me that you're appealing to a private definition because there's nothing in the definition of genocide that says anything about power balances. It's just it's a
okay.
state or a
Again,
military that has to do it, and that's it. And Hamas is a de facto state, and they definitely have military capabilities. So
okay, well, again, they're not that their jurisdiction is not over Israel, but also like you can say it's a personal definition for me, but I think what all I'm doing is articulating part of like the connotation that is meant here in this comparison.
I don't know what that
I mean,
means.
like, is 9/11 a genocide, or do
Could
you?
be. I don't know exactly what Bin Laden's intent was, but if it was just to kill a bunch of Americans, then probably yeah.
Okay, I mean, sure. I guess like I think the point is like I mean, look, I mean, I don't I personally like I don't put a lot of stock into optics as like an end in and of itself, and I think it's annoying when leftists do that. But I think it is a means to an end, and in this case, it's a very important means to an end because like the scope of the like fucking atrocity that's happening right now needs to be conveyed, and in terms of scale and terror, it is uh more directly comparable to these state actions from the past or non-state in the case of Bosnia, I guess, that have been labeled as genocide. If we need to shift the definitions of the word, or if we need to have a new word, then that's fine, I guess. But like this has to be properly conveyed. And
Yeah, and
I think you'd asked like,
if you want to do that, that's fine.
Loaderbox,
Okay, I mean
you
it's but the
smarmy
problem was is
fuck
again, I don't
bastard.
think it's necessarily me doing this. It's people. It's like I think you were saying to me, like, don't worry,
Yeah.
what is something like you're not going to become bad empanada if you start calling it genocide. It's like I don't know. It feels like people really want to
Loaderbox,
fucking
you
extract it from me,
smarmy
but it's like
fuck
if I want to
bastard.
give my justification for
oh.
just using words like at least the way that according to definitions is the way that they're generally understood, it's because I seem to be reasonably good at appealing to people who don't agree with me on everything. Actually, it seems
Loaderbox,
most people
you
have
smarmy
problems with me on
fuck
all kinds of
bastard.
things. And the way I managed to
Oh.
achieve that is that I don't use loaded language and thought terminating buzzwords that throw people off unless they're already on my side, which I think that kind of thing does. If I think something is
Loaderbox,
matching the
you
definition of genocide, then I will
smarmy
absolutely call it that.
fuck bastard.
But not just for the sake of like activism, because I'm not just trying to appeal to an exclusively left-wing audience. I'm trying to appeal to people who don't agree with me either. And yeah, it just
Yeah,
seems
okay,
to me
but,
better when
like,
I'm a bit more honest about that.
Loaderbox, you
I mean,
smarmy fuck
that's
bastard.
fine, but like you're appealing to people like at the expense of like moral correctness, in my opinion.
It's not
Like,
morally
Loaderbox,
correct though. How do you? It's
you
morally correct to
smarmy
just invent your own
fuck
definition of a
bastard.
word.
no, dude, it's morally correct to recognize this fucking atrocity for what it is, which you're not doing. Like that's the problem I have is that you
Do you
have a
think
huge
war
platform.
crimes are like?
and
So I've called them war crimes. I've called it recklessness. Do you think that's a good thing? Do you think that's
you
downplaying? I
smarmy
think war crimes should
fuck
stop.
bastard.
They should be stopped.
Okay,
What are you talking about?
For a complete and total
Dog,
ban
like
on
Hamas
I
Israel.
said it's
committed
probably going to be an
war
ethnic
crimes
cleansing. I
Until
think
we
it's
can figure
I think
out
there's a
what the
good
hell is
chance.
going on.
There's a good chance that they won't let them go back to the north. That would be an ethnic cleansing. I mean,
Loaderbox,
it's
Okay,
not like anyone.
smarmy
I don't know who this
fuck
imaginary
bastard.
person is who's like,
With
it's only an
Cameron
ethnic
backfired
cleansing
being
or
made a
war
law,
crimes,
does
big
that mean
deal.
he can
But as soon as
sit
it
in
call,
the
as soon as
House for
I
debates
find out it's a
without having
genocide, then I'm
vote,
going to get on my
but vote
feet
in Hull on
and get
Gov
mad. What the
policy
fuck
he
is that?
worked
Like,
on? Isn't Hull meant to be a
Okay,
check
but
on
the
Hull?
problem is like
Loaderbox,
there
you
is no
smarmy
fucking both
fuck
sides to
bastard.
this, right? Like I mean I don't know, maybe you think there is. I actually could have a hard time like getting a sense of how comparable you think the sides in this conflict are from your content, but like everything
Loaderbox,
attempts at
you
ethnic cleansing,
smarmy
you
fuck
could say that
bastard.
Hamas did that. You could say that like war crimes, they certainly did that, but there is a difference, is there not, in what Hamas did and what Israel.
Loaderbox, you smarmy
you're cutting out
fuck
now as well.
bastard.
Is it me?
that is relevant when it comes to like condemnation here.
What? Why did we jump onto both sides?
Loaderbox,
You lost me there.
you
I don't know why we
smarmy
jumped onto both
fuck
Okay,
sides.
fair.
bastard.
Fair. Okay.
By the way,
yes,
sorry. Can I just
the
one
li-
thing? I know. Thanks for the raid,
Yeah.
Vosh guys. I know it probably sounds like this is the only thing I ever talk about, but I promise I haven't had this discussion in like at least a few days. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Go on.
Loaderbox, you smarmy fuck bastard.
Right. Okay. No, I can see there's a little bit of a link there that might not be clear. Basically, what I'm saying is like the words that you've acknowledged you're willing to use to describe Israel's actions. I'm saying
Loaderbox,
I have
you
like those
smarmy
can easily
fuck
be used to
bastard.
describe Hamas's actions. But that's a problem because there, I think, has to be some terminology you can use for Israel that you cannot use for Hamas because of the scale and the
Loaderbox, you
context of the
smarmy
atrocities that they're
fuck
committing.
bastard.
I think the intent of Hamas was a lot more unambiguous. I think if I ask, and again, you can watch what happens when the IDF spokesmen go up and all that. Like, I think with the IDF and Israel, it seems to be the case that they're trying to get rid of Hamas, even if the ways that they're doing it are probably criminal. With Hamas, I don't know what the fuck they were trying to do. It just seemed that they wanted to just go in there and kill as many Jews as possible. Like the intent from Hamas is much worse, which is also why
Loaderbox, you
if Hamas and the
smarmy
IDF had the
fuck
exact same
bastard.
power, we know who would cause more damage, right?
No. I mean,
No?
first of all, no.
No.
No. Look, I mean, they're killing kids
Loaderbox,
every day.
you
They've killed
smarmy
thousands of kids
fuck
already.
bastard.
You think if
What- I'm
Hamas
supposed to-
had the state of Israel's power, there would only be 10,000 dead in a month? You think that's what Hamas would do? Hamas killed 1,500 in a
Loaderbox,
day.
you smarmy cuck bastard.
Hamas has a charter that they still follow, clearly, where it says that the fucking Jews will hide behind trees and the trees will shout, "Hey, Muslim, there's a Jew hiding behind me."
Loaderbox, you smarmy Cuck bastard.
I mean,
It's like hard
When-
to engage with this because like I don't. Okay, look. How about this answer? I don't fucking care because that's not going to happen. Okay, like they're killing kids
Loader box.
a lot
You smarmy
right
cuck
now.
bastard.
Okay, and the thing is, again, it's like the reality is that there is okay. Again, yeah, this is what I'm saying. There is no both sides, or these comparisons are
Loader
nonsensical
box. You
because in reality,
smarmy
one side
cuck
has the
bastard.
fucking power to do all this mass destruction and the other one doesn't, and that other side and Hamas, right, can only
Remember
exist
the
in the context
Holodomor?
that Israel has created. It's entirely
Loader
fucking
box.
like
You smarmy
like a one-sided
cuck
conflict, and
bastard.
there has to be a distinction made.
you mean the context that it, like the only reason that we have Hamas is because of Israel?
Well,
Remember
yes.
the Holodomor?
Is the only reason we have
Loader
Iran?
box.
And
You smarmy
is that Israel?
cuck bastard.
They're the ones who fund Hamas or Qatar or Hezbollah or
Why would what would Hamas be if Israel never existed?
I don't know. Israel was surrounded by quite
Loader
aggressive
box.
Arabic countries who wanted to
smarmy
destroy them for
cuck
since
bastard.
48. And they still have that, like going on, just a bit less of it. They still have Iran. They still have Hezbollah. They
That's-
still have Qatar. They still have it used to be Egypt and Jordan. They're not doing it anymore.
Loader box.
Syria,
So-
they're a bit
so-
busy right now.
Smarmy cuck bastard.
Well, my what if though was if Israel never existed though. That so like there would be no reason for Hamas, right?
Not
there was no
Hamas in
Israel?
particular, not really, but but there is an Israel, and that's why
Loader box.
we've
You
also got. That's why we have
smarmy
surrounding Arab
cuck
countries who
bastard.
want to destroy it. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you think that's
true
like a
as well.
legit? Do you think they have like a legitimate cause to want to just like tear through Israel and destroy the state, or is that not a legitimate cause to you?
Loader box. You smarmy cuck
Uh,
bastard.
I'm trying to think about the consequences of saying yes to that, but like I think yeah, like I think they do have a legitimate cause. Hamas, like wait, hold on.
Hmm.
I think any
Loader box.
Palestinians
You
like
smarmy
more so than
cuck
anyone else in the
bastard.
world would have a cause for that. With the other state actors, it is a little bit like perhaps self-serving and also anti-Semitic, which is not
Loader
you know
box.
I wouldn't say that that's
Yeah.
justifiable.
What do you
Cuck
think
bastard.
happens if
But, like,
what
again-
do you think happens if Hamas, like Hezbollah, Iran, what happens if they all succeed in rolling through Israel and getting rid of the state? What happens next? At least based on their explicit intentions, the ones that they don't even
Loader
hide.
box. You smarmy
So
cuck
I
bastard.
will humor you and answer the question and say that like yeah, mass genocide of Jews. Although I have to say I'm tempted to tell you to fuck off when you ask that kind of question because like it's again
Loader
it's a
box.
hypothetical
You smarmy
genocide.
cuck bastard.
That's counterfactual when there are actually thousands of people being killed every day right now. Like I am very uninterested in discussing these what ifs.
Loader box.
Do you think
You smarmy
that
cuck
threat would be
bastard.
this? So, do you think with that threat being posed to Israel and with what happened on October 7th, do you think Israel had any right at all to fight back against Hamas?
Loader box. You
No.
smarmy
No right at
cuck
all.
mean, that's-
bastard.
So, like,
No.
just let them run through the fucking country? Like, could the IDF not shoot at them when they were not even that?
Loader box. You smarmy
So
cuck bastard.
I think that when the left broadly learns to think outside the box for hypotheticals like this, we will make a lot of
Loader
progress.
box.
Okay, because you're asking me if you're asking me to put myself in charge of Israel, basically.
I'm just
like, in
asking you a
this
hypothetical. It's like a moral question. You know, I'm not asking you to be in charge of. No. Sorry, go on.
No, I know.
Loader
But like
box.
hypothetically, right? It's like what do I think
cuck
is the better
bastard.
option, right? So it's like if I had the power to make that decision, what would I do? I would do as much as I could to disband the state of Israel. I refuse to accept this choice.
Okay.
Loader box.
How would
You
this?
smarmy
How would disbanding Israel
cuck
help with the
bastard.
threat of Hamas?
You would end the apartheid conditions that have allowed Hamas to flourish.
So you think
It's a
all
loader
that?
box.
So,
You
do you know much about the Rwandan
cuck
genocide?
bastard.
Not really.
So that was an oppressive system. Tutsis were an oppressive minority, like statistical minority. They had like a monarchy. They had positions in the colonial government. When the colonial government left, Hutus were the majority, so they took power. And it's like, what, 30 years after that happens, you have a genocide of Tutsis, like Hutus killing their historic oppressors. It's not like it's not like you just end the apartheid and then the people who are inclined to take Hamas's position just all disappear. Iran doesn't stop supporting, even if there's a minority. It'd probably be less of them, but they're still going to get supported by Iran. They're still going to get supported by Qatar. So
you smarmy cuck bastard.
This is interesting. I think this is again, yeah. Man, I really strongly object to that perspective that like we cannot end apartheid or we cannot end genocide, what I consider to be genocide, because if we do that, there will be a worse retaliatory genocide.
Well, I'm not saying they can never end the apartheid. That's not my position at all.
Thoughts on
I don't know where you're getting that from.
Well, I mean, you're saying you can't disband the state of Israel because that would lead to this backlash, and like
you can end apartheid without disbanding Israel.
I agree. I mean, in terms of what I would do, I mean, that is disbanding it is what I would do. I mean, so realistically, like my preferred solution is a zero-state solution because I'm an anarcho-communist. But like realistically, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. But I think that a much more realistic alternative would be a one-state solution. So like we can talk in terms of that, but like I'm just saying for the reason I bring it up though is like because of that hypothetical question of like what is the IDF supposed to do? Just let them let Hamas roll over them. I'm saying like that is not like a framework of question that I will entertain. I think that,
okay. Do you think let's say we're like 2 days before October 7th. And you're in charge of Israel, and you think you'd want to be disbanding the state of Israel, ending the apartheid. Let's say one of your suggestions is someone says, okay, let's say it's October 5th. Why don't you just take down the Gaza wall? Just whap it down. Would you do it?
Yeah, okay. I'll take down. I would take down the Gaza wall and immediately make as many reparations as I could.
Damn. Do you think October 7th would have been better or less bloody or more bloody if that had happened 2 days before it?
That would have significantly helped to diffuse any that would have made it much less bloody, I think. I mean, 2 days is not enough time, probably. Like,
yeah, I don't think it is enough time, is it?
Okay. I mean, that's the time you provided in this hypothetical, but like that is the best. I think that's the best that they could do. I mean, if I'm to more realistically accept this, it's like I think that's what has to happen as soon as possible. Is like Israel has to make as many reparations as possible to Palestinians and merge with them to form a single state. And if you do that 2 days before a terrorist attack, it's not going to prevent the terrorist attack. I mean, Hamas guys, they would be like, well, shit, we got all these fucking, we made all these IEDs out of construction equipment already. Like, whatever, just going to let them go to waste. Like,
yeah,
2 days before.
Yeah,
but like,
and it's also just not how like human beings work as well. I feel like some people prefer revenge to reparation. That's just unfortunate. It's a minority, but it's true.
Yeah, but like, okay, but like, I don't think you can't point to that though. Like as an argument against the reparations. I think like that's what has to happen like as soon as fucking
I'm
possible.
not using it as an argument against reparations. I'm using it as an argument against saying the solution is to disband Israel and just take down the wall like unilaterally. I'm using it as an argument against that because that's insane.
So again, it's like that's not so much my solution as it is me like explaining why I reject the question. But I'm not sure if we're going to come to an understanding about that though, because I haven't figured out a way to like properly articulate that.
Because I think the problem with like because you're saying one state solution. I'm guessing, do you mean like a one state solution where Arabs and Jews can live peacefully together, or like just like a one Palestinian state with Jews can be like second class citizens or whatever the fuck? Like,
what the fuck do you think I mean?
Probably the former. Probably the former, right?
Yeah,
if it's an easy question, just say yeah. Okay.
Okay. So all right. It's like I don't get that. It's like, and this, I mean, this takes me like, this really reminds me of it's a conversation I want to have with Vosh at some point, where it's like the whole Professor Flowers thing, right? Where it's like,
Mm.
well, what if the black people do genocide against the white people? It's like, well, why don't you fuck off? You know, because to me, that's like asking, like, well, if we let trans people into bathrooms, like, what if they
No,
like
it's
molest
not like
children?
that.
It's like,
It's like when you have a group that has hundreds of years or even decades of grievances, and you lift
mm,
that inequality with no like negotiation process or just like in a unilateral way with no assurances, then it's sometimes a group that was historically oppressed can take power and take out revenge, not equality, against their historical oppressors. It's what happened with Mugabe in
yeah,
Zimbabwe. It's what happened in Rwanda. Like Rwanda's a perfect example. That's a historically oppressed group, Hutus, that fucking genocided Tutsis.
that is true. I think
So why is it just a
with
fuck off? Why is
Zimbabwe,
it like why is it treated as like a absurd hypothetical when it's happened in real life?
because it's a hypothetical that like while there is a genocide that's happening right now. I mean, I think so. That takes us full circle, though, doesn't it? Because you don't think it's a genocide.
Mm. To be clear, I don't think
But,
it's good either. I don't support it, but again, that's the kind of pigeonhole you
yeah,
get stuck in when you say it's not a genocide. It must mean it's good. Yeah, fuck. Oh
I
well.
don't think you think it's. I don't think you think it's good.
Mm.
I acknowledge that, like, you do not support it. I don't think you're condemning it strongly enough.
Okay.
And I mean, if that's a gridlock, then that's fine. I understand. I do think that part of that, though, also is like your lack of a proper explanation of like the context and why it's so bad. I think I watched your video on the history of Israel Palestine, and I thought it was mostly pretty good. But the problem, as I see it, is like you kind of gloss over the blockade. And then I saw a clip. I mean, I don't want to take you out of context because context is like 5 second
mm.
clip, but I saw a clip where you're saying like that Israel had to, like, when you're talking to Destiny, you're saying Israel like had to do the blockade on Gaza. Is that your view?
Not the way they did it, but there probably had to be something with Hamas doing what they were doing. Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I guess like okay, if I can, okay, like let's just accept that for a second. Like when you talk about that, it's the problem is the way that they did it. Like I think that you have to consider that more strongly too when you talk when about like the context of this, because the thing is like the blockade is violence and should not be left out of discussion of the like of the violent history of this place. Do you agree with that?
Why did Israel do the blockade? If you wanted to tell me, like, if you wanted to steal man, why did Egypt do it as well? Because it wasn't just Israel. Egypt is part of that blockade too. So why did they both decide that it was a good idea to blockade Gaza?
So somebody in your Discord was mentioned something interesting. I didn't get the chance to like look at it yet though, about like the blockade plans like predating Hamas's rise to power in Gaza, but like presumably like the answer, until I read that, the answer that I would have to that question is because of Hamas, an Islamic terrorist group like rising to power.
Yeah. And what were they do? What's a blockade have to do with that?
Prevents weapons making supplies from getting it.
Yeah.
That's the justification. Yep.
But they shouldn't do that. They should allow Hamas
Fuck
to get
no.
weapons.
Fucking. Did you see the fucking thing? Okay. Okay. Look, like, I'm not saying. I'm sorry. This question just makes me so fucking angry, man. Like, no, I don't think they should just fucking let weapon supplies in the way that they let suitcases full of cash in for Hamas, by the way. But like, they should let fucking vegetables in. Like the blockade as it is exercised, as it is carried out today. Like, yeah, sure, it could be done differently, but as it exists now, is a fucking like abomination of violence. Like, they're not letting like the amount of food that they have been letting in is like measured to the calorie to like put, as they call it, put people on a diet, and they don't let fucking potable water in, and they fucking ration electricity.
Yeah, so I told you, first of all, they do let food in, and the calorie diet thing, yeah, I've told you I oppose that. That was a really gross thing a way to put it. But again, if you're talking about the way that they do the blockade, the way that they got that food in, the way that food gets in and the way that other things get in is that they check it. That's part of the blockade.
Mhm.
So are you against them doing that, or
So, I mean, again, it's like you're asking me if I'm against like part of I okay. I mean, it's like I don't know how to answer the question because it's like how far back uh are we willing to consider? How much context are we willing to consider? Like if we have to insist that there is a blockade and that's the only way to keep these weapons out, then fine, check everything that goes in. But that's not my point. My point is that like the blockade is as exercised. Yeah, sure, it could be exercised a different way, but as it currently exists, or as it has existed since the beginning, is an act of violence that like, and that needs to be emphasized. And you
Okay.
cannot really properly convey this conflict without like describing that.
so you're at my position now? It's justified, but the way they did it isn't.
I don't think it's justified. I don't think it's justified. But again, it's like what you do here, right? Is like if I say it's not justified, you're gonna say, oh, well, so like you think that Hamas should just like be able to like get weapons shipments in. And then I kept, that's a ridiculous
Well, it's either
position.
that or it's a blockade.
Like, but motherfucker, like, okay, sorry, but like the context that allowed like Hamas to rise to power to be a violent Islamic terrorist group that would want to import weapons in the first
Okay,
place
so
is
I know what you're doing. You're doing like
of
it's like
Zionism in Israel.
it's like yeah, I know it's like systemic analysis, and but the problem is that like, this seems to be the only lens you're able to look at anything. I don't know why it's so difficult to say. It's like yeah, there are clearly these immediate security measures that need to be there. Like if we bring down the Gaza wall unilaterally tomorrow, there's probably going to be an uptick in violence. So it's probably okay to consider the security things. But a huge criticism of Israel for the last 20 years is you can't just say security is the only way to stop this forever without dealing with the root problems, which is the lack of Palestinian statehood, the lack of Palestinians being able to live in dignity, or the lack of Palestinians being able to get their basic human rights. You can have your security measures as temporary solutions to a broader problem, which is that eventually Palestinians do actually need to be entered into a peace process with Israel so that they can actually have their rights. I don't know why, though, you think that that latter thing, which I've said, which you probably agree with all of it, means you can own positions like it would have been okay to take down the Gaza wall 2 days before October 7th. Like, I don't know. It's just like, but I guess you worry because I suppose any kind of like explanation for why there's a blockade just sounds like you're caving to the Israeli position, or I don't know. It's weird.
Well, okay. I mean, I get what you're saying about like the systemic perspective not being the only lens of analysis to look at it, but I think that it is completely fucking lacking in public discourse and needs to be understood. And like Americans that come like that I've talked to at protests and stuff, like that come to the protests because they think that the bombing is horrible, say, yeah, Hamas shouldn't have started it, but like what Israel's doing is worse. And they don't know that like the act about the like fucking 16-year, I think, act of violence that is the fucking blockade that predated the fucking like October 7th terrorist attack. Like the that systemic perspective is strongly lacking. So like when I hear you like try to lock me to this binary of like should Israel do this thing or have done this thing or have not done this thing? It's like who fucking cares what I think about that? Why is that more important, or like why is that important to discuss whatsoever when like we're looking at this fucking history of bloodshed?
I don't really. So I don't know if you noticed, but that Gaza video that you had a problem with, like I feel like I spent at least 5 or 6 or 7 minutes out of a half-hour video at the end, like a pretty reasonable chunk of it, talking about how what the problem has been is that the Israeli position for the last 20 years has just been security, nothing else. Netanyahu's whole, yep, you hate me, I'm corrupt, I'm shit, I don't give a fuck about Palestinians, I don't give a fuck about settlements and all that. I'm just going to keep on doing it, keep on acting with impunity towards them, but I'll keep you safe because I'm the security guy, and this is where it gets us. So I feel like, and the whole thing about how the Israeli right spent the last, even since the 90s or even earlier, completely sabotaging the peace process and sabotaging any means to move things forward with Palestinians. And by doing that, whilst only focusing on the security, you basically get the biggest security failure in Israeli history. So I don't know. I feel like it's possible to hold two thoughts in your head at once. Yeah.
I mean, it sure is. And look, like I said, man, I think the video overall is pretty good. My specific critique is a lack of like properly describing how awful the blockade is and recognizing it as an act of violence. And like again, it's like I think you actually do, you're better than most when it comes to like internet content creators covering this. I do believe that, but it's like you're right to say that you do describe like at least some of the systemic causes of this and like lay the blame at Israel's feet, which again is more than most people know to do. My problem specifically is that you're running cover for Israel more than you think by engaging in these hypotheticals of like, well, they had to do this thing at this specific time because if they didn't, something hypothetical like worse would have happened. That's giving them much more credit than they deserve, in my opinion.
I think that's probably because I feel like the left is probably, at least online, I have no idea if they're doing this in real life, but it seems like the left, at least in my space, seem to be just tied to this idea that everything Israel does with regards to like the border wall and the security and all that is just like is just to do with impunity, and there's no reason, there's no reason outside of just that, like just blind hatred for Palestinians, which I don't think is a very good explanation. And I think it's okay to offer a better one because at the end of the day, you have to know the enemy to fight it. And
Yeah.
I also just think one of the reasons I ask you some of these hypotheticals about should they've let the wall down on October 5th and all that is it just seems quite a few far leftists are either okay with the idea of Israeli civilians just like being put like a massive risk of like attacks from people like Hamas, or just that they've got this kind of like naive position as if if you just end the apartheid tomorrow, or if you just do the one state, then everything will be fucking dandy. It's like, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, okay. I mean, so the thing is I get that. I mean, the thing that I find most objectionable is yeah, people like leftists, supposed left. I mean, well, yeah, leftists and otherwise like um condoning Hamas and saying like, every like, the Ben and Panada kind of shit of like
Mhm.
it's okay to attack like settlers. Like I think if anything can convince them that that's not the case, I'd say like the videos of like Orthodox Jews in Israel who've been waving Palestinian flags getting like beaten by Israeli police to show you like no, we can't. Those those are they're people too, and so I agree that that's fucking like disgusting. But I think I guess if I could say anything to kind of summarize my objections to like the way I see you kind of going with this, it's um like I get it. Like the like online leftists do kind of take these absurd positions that are just like basically a reaction to like what they see as the mainstream messaging, and that is cringe, right? But I would caution you not. I think you're focused too much on that, and I think where I see you kind of going is towards the like destiny side of things, where like it seems like him and his community, what they love to do is like find out like reasons why my leftists are wrong about something factual, no matter how technical it is, and then kind of mainly focus on that and not focus very much at all on the like horrific crimes that are being committed. And I don't think I'm not accusing you of having that perspective, but I think you are edging closer and closer towards it. And I would warn against that. And I think just because somebody like Bad and Panada exists, or just because Hassan Piker like is not good at reading, like and says wrong numbers sometimes, doesn't mean like we have to focus all our energy on condemning people like that. Or not all, but focus that much energy on condemning people like that.
Okay. I'm going to disagree with one thing you said, then I'm going to agree with something you said. So the disagreement is, I feel like I feel like I've seen so many people taking the left-wing activist position on this, and like the Owen Joneses or even Hassan. I think as far as if you want like a left-wing ideologue, Hassan's actually quite good at what he does. There's we've got Vosh as well, people Raiders like so I feel like we've got quite a lot of that going on. I feel like what there maybe hasn't been that much of is people trying to understand like the Israeli perspective, and I feel like that's my method of pulling people over, at least just judging by the small handful of emails I've got of like Israelis who say that you've pulled me more left on this issue, especially given October 7th. I think I'd imagine is a bit of an achievement, because October 7th is like probably radicalized basically every Israeli. So I don't know, and I feel like the reason that I was able to do that was by understanding where they're coming from instead of just screaming about like genocide or fucking like that kind of shit. So I feel like that's why I do the approach that I do. I don't really like to do what everyone else is doing, but whatever. Also just because I feel like it makes more sense to me. I'll agree with you when you're saying that I've maybe focused too much on the left. I don't know. I really want to find more like right-wing Zionists to respond to or debate with. They seem to be harder to find, but maybe I should look harder. Who knows?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, can just about wrap this up. I guess like one of the last things I would say is like I appreciate wanting to understand the Israeli perspective. I think that is important. I think it's important, but I think it's important to understand that perspective in a broader context too. I was talking to someone else in Discord who is Israeli and said like he's going to have to join the IDF, and I was like, you don't have to join the IDF. And he was like, I do, or else I'll go to jail. And I'm like, you can go to jail. Like the fucking Taylor Swift stan account on Twitter like refused to join the IDF and went to jail for it. And like there are things worse than going to jail, and like murdering children is one of them, in my opinion.
Okay. Okay. First of all, joining the IDF doesn't mean you're automatically going to murder children. Second of all, it's a bit. First of all, going to jail. I don't want to spend a week in jail, let alone however long you get for. It's not just jail. Like people not joining the IDF is a massive social stigma for the rest of your life, and as far as Israelis go. But also, not to mention, I want to do the Jordan Peterson thing here right now. Okay, everyone likes to think they would have stood out and kept Anne Frank in their fucking attic. Chances are most people didn't do that. Chances are you wouldn't have either. If you think you would have, you don't know yourself, you don't know people. Base Jordan Peterson. That's the only good thing he's ever said. But
I think he's right about that. I think I'm built different though. No, I mean not really, but also like I am like a shut-in and I live by myself, and like my life is boring as fuck. And like I've been going to these protests and it's never gotten heated, but I'm just saying like I don't fucking like if I get drafted or something, I'm not fucking going to the Middle East, dude. I'm going to jail. Anyway, that's regardless. I will also say I can sympathize definitely with the with wanting to criticize the left. It's funny. I am I've been wanting to like do the shit that you do for a long time. I feel like everyone kind of does, but never like gotten around to it or had the resources to. But I did relatively recently write a script, which I feel like is I'm not promoting myself. I'm just saying like that it's slightly ironic. Like I can sympathize because what I had written about was like criticizing like the common like left-wing positions on Syria and how like the whole like which is US propaganda that Assad bombers on people, how that narrative is misleading and harmful. And I think that I'm going to have to probably wait before I try to like actually put something out on it, because that's like terrible timing to release that now that like all of this has happened with Israel. But like I'm just saying, like I get it. Like leftists are shitheads sometimes and oversimplify things and just kind of try to do the opposite of whatever they see, the Western mainstream doing. So like I can certainly understand wanting to do that because I do that myself. I just think it's got to have limits at some point.
Okay. Yeah. If you ever get around to finishing it, you can always just post it in the Discord and spread the word as much as I can. All
right, cool. Well, yeah, I appreciate that. I gotta go. Gotta pick things up and put them down. I gotta do some deadlifts now.
Yes.
Which is great because this amped me up for that. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you for not kicking me out even after I called you motherfucker. And talk to you again at some point, hopefully.
All right. Take care.
Cool. Peace.
Bye-bye. Now there's like 20 fucking wankers in my waiting room. Oh, I feel so bad for the Vosh viewers. The Vosh raiders. They must think this is all I do, ever. Oh no. I need fucking right-wingers. Where are they? Why did I... Wait. Why did I get like 1,000,000 times more donos than is showing up on my YouTube window? Why is that? I'm so sorry, Vosh viewers. I don't know. There are all kinds of crackpots in my chat, though. I got 500 donos, but I can only see 4 in my chat history. Why is that? Your dono showed up from like 3 days ago. Oh, were donos showing up from previous streams? I know why that was. I know why that was. That's okay. Polka. Thanks for the £1.99. Third year of mill history. Love the 6-Day War. Am I bad? I don't think you should love any war, but okay. Arik Hataluama. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. And also, thanks for the 2 Canadian. Dresden's civilian death toll has been exaggerated. I think Dresden was 25,000 people in 2 days out of a population of 600,000. That's quite a lot, isn't it? Anyway, Harvey Marvey, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that too. Thanks very much. Nah, 75%. Well, yeah. God. Dresden was a war crime too. Ooh. I haven't actually looked into it. Because I heard there's actually a contention about whether or not it was a terror bombing, but I always thought it definitely was. I don't know. Don't know. But fucking World War II, everyone was doing that shit back then. Does it count as a war crime if everyone's doing it? Like, shit. It wasn't a war crime based on then laws of war, because there were no laws of war back. Not really. There wasn't like an international fucking court or anything, was there?
Remember the Holodomor?
Cyclofish, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Geneva? I don't know exactly when that was. Oh god, why is there so many people? Oh. Yoko Jonah, hello? Oh, they left. Coward. Polka, hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, hello. Hang on, let me mute your stream. Right, what do we... Sorry, I was chatting to someone in the Discord about Ukraine. Sorry about that.
Oh, no.
I know, terrible. So, wait, what do you want to talk about? Because I was listening to that chat and it went off to a lot of things. Are you talking about... what?
Well, that's what you want to talk about.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Basically, I was going to chat about how there's a difference between ethnic cleansing and genocide. I think we agree on this, but I've seen a lot of people discuss the two of them because ethnic cleansing, I know this is a very big word, so now I'm getting very, probably putting on several watch lists, but ethnic cleansing is very different to what genocide is. And that's what I hate about this sort of Israel-Palestine thing where people just throw out the big word genocide a lot because it's not a word that should be repeated lightly. Also, I hate it about Ukraine as well, but I'll see what happens.
Yeah, I don't know. Is what it is. But, okay, I'm all genocided out, though, so... Do you have anything else?
I'm very sorry about that.
That's all right.
But, so, from what I've gathered, ethnic cleansing is simply removing a population from an area, and genocide is when you specifically kill that population to get it away from an area. And basically, people throw out these sort of big words a lot because, you know, it's an emotional statement, and I sort of hate that because it's playing on emotions. You hear the word genocide, you go, very bad. But ethnic cleansing is even much better either, because ethnic cleansing used to be perfectly legal under law for until about, was it 1920s, 1930s?
I mean, it was the whole thing about starting nation states, right? They just all did it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Soviets did it in Germany in the 40s, late 40s, after they took over Germany, because they wanted to move Poland to the left, basically, on the map. And also the Turks and the Greeks did it, where they exchanged populations. And there's a few other places they did it, but I'll have to fucking remember.
India, Pakistan, I guess.
India, Pakistan. India, Pakistan gets more complicated because, well, I'm very British. I know you're half, is it or not? I can't remember now.
I'm half Scottish, yeah.
Yeah, half Scottish. Oh god, I'm English.
The bigger half, I guess, because I've been
living you have the cool anti-colonial identity. I have to just live with the fact that I'm very posh and British. No, but the Indo-Pakistan thing was just a big fuck up with borders, mostly because of how India worked. So we just sort of just went. I think Muslim Brotherhood came along and they said, we want a state, and so we went, okay, fine, and then just drew a line, and that was it. So. But you find with a lot of these that killed a lot of people, though. That's the difference. I still call it ethnic cleansing, but that's when the line blurs between the two. Is that ethnic cleansing is sheer like moving of people, whereas genocide is simply killing people to get rid of them. Whereas ethnic cleansing is moving them to somewhere else. Because the ethnic cleansing in Germany, East Germany, or fuck, I can think of a few. Like the Soviet Union did it fucking tons because the Tatars, the Cossacks, I think they got rid of them as well. They all just deported them eastwards and just told them, "Here's your new home." Or not even your home. Here's your new camp, basically, and fuck off. So it really annoys me when I don't know people throw out that it's still a bad thing to do, which is profess my undying love for Israel, but it's very different from genocide, isn't it? The vulgar Germans, someone just mentioned that in
chat. yeah, it's pretty different. Yeah. But I don't know. I feel like people who make the argument tend to just not care, though, or it's just they're just working from a different understanding of what the word means. I don't know. But
the issue is that people, the definitions change so much because ethnic cleansing used to be a perfectly fine thing to do. Like back in the 20s when the Turks and the Greeks did it. Wasn't perfectly good, but it did happen, and people accepted that it happened, sort of thing. Whereas nowadays, if you try to do that, it'd be counted as probably genocide. I'm pretty sure, or some sort of it breaks some sort of international law. Yeah. But oh, for fuck's sake! So I just saw the Doncaster Jews thing in the.
Don't
the
forget
chat.
the Doncaster Jews.
Rees Moggs ancestors. I forgot about that. Yeah, no, but I don't know. I just hear it a lot, and it just fucking annoys me.
Yeah,
I don't know.
All right.
I was going to argue, but then you sort of agreed with me fully, so I sort of gave up.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'll disconnect.
All right. Nice talking to you. Take care.
Nice talking to you. I need to
go. Vivian, you have perms now, so you can just jump in whenever.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to like jump the queue for other people. Whatever. I mean, look, I might jump in whenever if you weren't like just doing call-ins or what have you. But yeah, I just because you mentioned it, I thought I might save you a little bit from the Israel-Palestine conversation by talking to you about Dresden, Tokyo, and Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah.
So all of these, well, okay, let's leave the nukes out for the moment because there's some debate around that. But Dresden and Tokyo were both part of a strategy by the Allies that they euphemistically termed strategic bombing. The idea of this was to essentially bomb behind enemy lines to reduce the morale of the civilian population, making them unable to work in factories or possibly even overthrow their governments because they're so dissatisfied with being bombed to shit.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, this is something that didn't really work. because the targets they're using it against are Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany, where if you refuse to work when the Gestapo tell you to fucking work, you know, you're off to Dachau as a political dissident, right? These it doesn't matter how much you destroy the morale of the civilian population, the morale's already incredibly low. But the US did its own report on strategic bombing called the Strategic Bombing Survey, which you should probably look up at some point when you've got some spare time. And they found that obviously that this wasn't particularly effective, that it was much better to bomb infrastructure, I think mostly transport and rail in the case of Germany. And so that's why I call both the firebombing of Dresden and the firebombing of Tokyo war crimes, because they deliberately targeted civilian neighborhoods, especially in Japan, where they targeted specifically like lower class neighborhoods, because that was where the most like all these houses were wooden and densely packed, and it would spread the fire more, right? Really fucked up shit. This is what I and a lot of other people argue is also behind the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? This idea that strategic bombing works, and there's a lot of debate around that. And I've already had a couple of debates on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, actually. But if you ever want to fucking do one, hit me up, because it's one of my big pet peeves is how much Americans are taught that the nuclear bombs being dropped was necessary for ending the war, and I don't think that that's the case. I think it was a horrific war crime.
Yeah, I think because I can't remember, even with Churchill saying roughly at the time saying that, like, what was the quote? It seems to me that the moment has come when the question of bombing of German cities simply for the sake of increasing the terror, though under other pretexts, should be reviewed. So it seemed like even he was kind of like apprehensive about.
Yeah, I think he said it. He said it early on, and then decided to do it anyway, right? Which was pretty nuts. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who objected to this particular tactic at the time, but you know, it's not like it was universally accepted that this was a good thing to be doing. And Churchill was a fucking monster anyway, so if even he's objecting, you gotta ask some questions, haven't you? Anyway, I just thought I'd drop that in because I don't know, Israel Palestine must drive you fucking insane.
Oh, it's fine. I'm still chugging away.
How long? You've been covering this since basically October 7th, I'm guessing, right?
Yep.
Because like every time I check in on you, you're talking Israel Palestine. Are you not like fucking burnt out on it at the moment?
I think like a week in, I had to like stop the stream for like 3 minutes to cry in my kitchen, but other than that, it's been okay. Yeah, other than that, we're all good.
Are you playing any video games?
Yeah, I played a bit of Celeste.
I just reinstalled World of Warcraft for my sins.
Hey,
I might give it a... Huh?
The new one or the fucking
The new one, absolutely, the new one.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really. I played Classic when it first came out, but I quickly realized that retail is just better. Cope and seethe, I guess. But retail is just better. There's more to do, you know. Like we absolutely murdered the content like really quickly. Like WoW Classic is just very, very easy nowadays and quite boring. Because everybody knows all the tactics, you have all the fucking add-ons to help you and stuff.
Yeah, you do your min-maxing and you relive your sordid teenage years. I love it.
All right. Well, hey, have a good rest of stream, and hit me up if you ever want to talk nukes, because fuck that shit. That shit was dumb. And all you Yankoids are dumb for supporting it, all right? They taught you bad in school.
Well, maybe I have to look back on it before I decide. Who knows? Okay.
Have a good stream, man.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye. What is this kick.corn clip?
The U.S. is secular? Oh, fuck no, it's not. Are you kidding?
What?
Do you see the people that we have in Congress? We like... the U.S. is secular? Oh, fuck no, it's not.
I hate white Americans. I hate them so much. That is the whitest American comment. Oh, America, we definitely live in a theocratic regime.
She's not white. I think America is quite secular, yeah, generally speaking. Anyway. I think I'm going to fire shots on both sides there. I don't. Argument destroyed. Oh dear. Where else we going? I can already see fucking people tweeting about me being like white genocide theorists because of the fucking Hamas thing. Oh god. How do people be so fucking naive? I don't know. Just like I feel like, am I missing something? I feel like it's okay to talk about legitimate security concerns now whilst also pushing for liberation so that those security measures don't have to exist anymore, but fuck. Oh. Whatever, dude. People are dumb. I know it's just like propaganda or like hypersensitive bullshit, but whatever. No, you know what you're doing. Pond, you were having a big go. Do you want to fucking say hello? Do you want to tell me what's what? It's just people acting as if it can never happen. But honestly, it's not that people think it can never happen. It's that people think if it did happen, they wouldn't care. That's the real thing, right? Do you want to discuss something other than Israel-Palestine? No? What? You need to learn how to ignore all of it like Vosh. Yeah. Fortress box. War thongs.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it's loud.
So you're gonna tell me that the fucking calorie count was actually them deciding how many calories they needed to survive so that they could control the imports without like letting fucking weapons come in, right? Like they decided that people needed like 2,300 calories a day. And just because some politician said some bullshit about putting them on a diet doesn't mean that the fucking blockade calorie count wasn't done in good faith. Is that generally the position?
Yeah, so can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
First of all. Okay. Pretty much. Also, it wasn't implemented, right? But let's just say hypothetical. You do a blockade on a place and you don't want people to starve or even have like a security hunger issues, like not even starvation, but like malnutrition. Don't you think it's like a responsible thing to calculate the average calorie intake of the entire population and make sure that they have at least that?
I would have thought if they didn't implement this, I thought what you would do is you would just allow supply and demand to decide what gets imported and then just check the imports, no?
Yeah, but still, you'd want at least, because you are controlling basically, because you're doing a blockade, you're basically controlling also the goods that come in, right, through the crossings. So you want to make sure that at least that is coming in, because there's a lot of aid, like Gaza needs a lot of aid as well, right? They don't grow their own crops and they need to.
So what did they do instead of this policy?
I don't know actually, but I'm just talking about this policy that you brought up in your video about how horrible it was. Remember that video you made about the apartheid?
Oh, like a year ago, yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that talking point in that video, how awful the Israeli government is.
Oh.
But don't you think it's a dumb, like a dumb talking point?
I don't know what like a because blockades happen. I thought like if you were going to do a blockade, you would just allow people who are part of like the Gazan economy to order their food imports, and as the blockading country, you would just check the imports. Rather than
yeah, sure, but I'm not sure how I'm not sure like what trade Gaza like. What businesses in Gaza have with, like, I'm not sure how it works at all, to be honest. Like how much are they relying on international aid or how much is it free trade, like you say? Because if it's free trade and they get enough, there's no point in doing that, right? But if they're relying on international aid, you kind of want to, okay, guys, we need this much, you know.
Yeah,
extra
I'd
food.
have to find out how they were doing it. But if that were the case, then it's probably not as bad. But I don't know.
But anyway, it wasn't implemented, so it's not even like a thing. But I'm just saying, like the plan itself does not seem that crazy to me.
Depends on why it wasn't implemented. It might have been a really bad plan. I don't know. Don't know.
Okay, I just feel like it's just like this thing to catch Israel, like, you know, to make, okay, Israel's bad. That's how I feel about it.
Okay. Do you have anything else for us?
Not really, no. I
Okay.
want to keep it short.
All right. Take care, buddy. Bye-bye.
Bye.
What did supposedly the U.S. pressured them off of it? Why is it going? Apparently, there was a wiki leak that had Israeli diplomats saying they wanted to keep Gaza's economy on the brink of collapse. Economic warfare. Paralyze Gaza's economy. Jesus. Well, that's not good. This is just a Guardian article on WikiLeaks. Isn't WikiLeaks more or less confirmed to be a Russian asset? I don't know. This is an old article. To combat the blockade, Hamas built a network of tunnels and smuggled in food. Yeah. Maybe we'll look into it one day. There's so many people. You ready now? Hello? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you for returning. I pressed the wrong button before.
Okay.
I just wanted to say I might have an interesting. Thank you for what you're doing, and I actually served in the IDF orchestra myself. I saw the piano behind you.
Oh.
So, yeah. And it's refreshing. You know, it's a difficult time for us here, and seeing your work, and it's good. And sorry, my English is not the best, but I'm trying. But you're doing a good job. I wanted to ask you a question about Muhammad Dahlan. Muhammad Dahlan, it's a Palestinian who were in the Fatah, and he's an outside player.
Guy, yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask. He said that maybe he could take control of this in Gaza, and I wondered if you heard anything new about it, if you have an opinion about him, and what do you think will happen next in Gaza? Does Mansour Abbas take control, and if he does, how would it look?
Well, that's why I might reiterate that I don't really support what the IDF is doing right now, because I don't know. Dahlan, he's not that popular anymore, is he?
No, the people who supported him in the West Bank got shot, and you know.
Yeah, I think he's got like what was the last poll? Let me see. I'm just this is from. Yeah, I mean, this is largest percentage prefers Barghouti, then Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas, and 6% preferred Dahlan. I guess he could come in and be a dictator, but I don't know. I don't know if this guy's the guy. Wasn't he involved in the security operations against Hamas back in the 90s, 2000s? Didn't he like arrest a bunch of Hamas guys? Maybe I'm thinking of someone else.
He wasn't from Hamas. It was from the
No, he was Fatah.
PLO.
Yeah. But that's why I mean he like arrested Hamas guys, didn't he? Didn't he like lead operations against
Ah,
Hamas?
yes. He was against.
That's probably not good. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably not a very good plan. Fuck. Yeah, I don't really know how much of a mandate this guy's gonna have.
Yeah. But he's like in the news in Israel, he's like the promise of peace with the Palestinians. If just he could gain more powers, so they say that maybe there will be peace because he's less religious and less. I don't know how to say. Anyways, so I just wanted to know your opinion about him, and if not about him, what do you think needs to happen in Gaza after this catastrophe?
Well, I think assuming that it carries on, I'd rather Israel fucking fucked off and tried something else. But like, I guess if they get rid of Hamas completely, then I think it has to be like an international party that comes in, because Dahlan is not going to have any mandate governing that place, I don't think, at least unless something's changed.
And an international outside party that is not Palestinian would have more mandate in your opinion?
If they're coming in to just rebuild and do humanitarian shit, maybe, but that would have to be like UN or something, right? Like I don't even know if that's possible. But fuck, Israel definitely can't do it. They don't want to, nor does anyone living there want them to. I don't know.
Anyway, thank you for covering this subject. That's it.
Okay, take care. Whoa. Fucking Collins, bro. IDF orchestra. No. All right. There are a lot of new people in here now. Who's this? Sam. Sam, hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, 1 sec. Sorry, okay. Now I'm here. I just wanted to ask you, like, do you think the foundation of Israel was justified? And do you think do they have a moral right to defend themselves if the inception of Israel was not justified?
Yeah, the foundation of Israel was definitely not justified. But yeah, once it exists, it exists. It's either they all go somewhere else, which they're not going to do. So realistically, they should have a right to defend themselves like any other nation that was founded on immoral foundations.
So there should be no repercussions after having like a moral exclave of one's territory?
There should be repercussions, yeah. Palestinians are owed reparations and many other things. But I don't think you get to just like, I think as soon as you try to start undoing history like that, like undoing the formation of a internationally recognized state, you're kind of just more harm than good, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would you say that if Russia takes over the Donbass, they should have a right to keep it?
If they're holding on to it for like 75 years, or even, unfortunately, if the international community all just recognizes the Donbass, then yeah, you're kind of you're not really going back after that. Same with
Well,
Crimea,
let's say
but
they just lose monetary support in Ukraine, and therefore they can't withhold the Russian army.
Yeah.
In that case, you would also say the same. Like, let's say 20 years passes, you would just say Ukraine, just give it up. It's been like 20
I don't know if
years.
it's 20 years. It's not really the time scale. It's more the whether or not it gets recognition. Because once a country has international recognition, like, at least from like the major superpowers, then it's at that point when it's probably not going to get undone. So with Israel, it was recognized by the Soviet Union and the United States in 48, the two biggest powers. By then, you're kind of already more or less cemented, you know? And that was like within a couple of years. So as for Crimea, yeah, I mean, it can be like a frozen conflict for decades and decades and decades, but as long as it's not internationally recognized, then there's probably going to be still some opportunity to get it back somehow, but I don't know. I guess it becomes less likely as time goes on, right?
Okay. So would you say, for example, I just want to draw some parallels to Kosovo. Are you familiar with Kosovo?
Yeah.
Would you say that Kosovo, due to it only being recognized by like US as a power, not by China or Russia, and not even the whole of the European Union, if I remember correctly, should not be stated like as a justified country or like exclave?
I mean, Serbia can try to get it back with the United States, Germany, France, UK. Those are the European countries. But yeah, Serbia can try to get it back with that kind of support, but they'll probably fail, right?
Sure, I'm not saying like whether they have the capability, because they probably don't.
The difference is with Kosovo is I think they had a moral right to be independent. I don't think they didn't have to ethnically cleanse like. Or did they? Did they have to ethnically cleanse a whole bunch of Serbs to get what they
Yes,
needed?
that's it. Yes, during the Ottoman Empire, the Albanian Ottomans genocided a lot of Serbs.
Oh, no, during the Ottomans, I don't give a fuck, right? But like we're talking about under Yugoslavia, they were clearly oppressed, the Kosovars, and then they were actually facing an ethnic cleansing from the Serbs.
No, for sure, 100%.
So,
This is all true. Yeah.
So yeah, I think they had a right to autonomy because they had a mandate for it. Like I think like 90+% of the people wanted it. So they had a mandate for that. Like that was moral. They had like a moral mandate for that. So yeah.
I mean, yeah, that was all. I just wanted to do some like consistency testing. That's it, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
I got my answers. Thank you.
All right. Take care. Bye bye. I hope that was consistent. Oh. Wolf, hello. Wolf, the stupid.
Hi.
Furry. Hi, go on.
I exist, I guess. I have a few kind of random questions. I've deliberately kept myself in the dark when it comes to a lot of politics because it became a bit stressful, especially as with the upcoming elections in the Netherlands where I live, and the fact that I am a chronic health patient at this point. I really have to worry about a lot of things. I try to like not focus on politics. I have a few questions. They might be a bit not interesting for some people, but I still want to ask something. How do you see the tolerance for less optimal but still ethical and popular options in among the left? Let's say, for example, market socialism. That might not be the perfect system. You can have many things that are more efficient and more effective, but that work well enough and that are very popular. How would you see those kinds of beliefs? Would you see use for those ideologies or not? And if so,
I mean, I think they're logically quite good things to experiment with, and I think they are morally. They have. What am I trying to say? Yeah, they seem like to be like a more ethical way to run businesses, at least on the side of the workers. So, I guess you just need a candidate that can push for it, that's popular enough, right? I think, well, we had a chance with Bernie and Corbyn, who both championed co-ops, but neither of them did well enough to win. So, but maybe next time. They're still fairly new, you know, that they haven't really been mainstream for ever, so, or until very recently.
Do you think there is hope that something can kind of pull the left together on this? Because there seems to be a lot of just disagreement in the current state of things, and a lot of infighting over things that aren't that consequential, to be honest.
I think the left have always been like that. Even when Labour in the UK were winning elections in the 60s and 70s, right? Like they were, even when Labour were winning elections in the 60s and 70s, there was huge divisions. Like half of them were fighting over whether or not they should support the Soviets or not, right?
I'll admit, in that case, I can draw to my country, for example. The Netherlands, for instance, is a mess. The only left-wing party that really has its act together right now is the Labour Party and Green Left fusion, because the Socialist Party is having infights again between the more moderate modern group and the Maoist roots of the party clashing all the time. This is pretty much everything that happens there. One of the animal rights parties that was kind of popular and very important had some issue because the old council and the party just decided, like, hey, we're going to throw out our candidate. And then the Volt Sisterhood Party unit thing in the Netherlands is also just never really organized. Only one party has its act together, and even there, a lot of other leftists are complaining about their strategy because they aren't hardline enough.
Okay.
I don't know, is there something that might improve this kind of situation, or is it just that we have to live with this infighting until the end of time?
I don't know. It would be the first time ever that leftist infighting is stopped, so I think it just has to carry on and people just have to chug through it.
I guess I'll see whether I have to worry about some of the outcomes of the elections or not. I do have one question that I'm very pressing for some things. Do you think that there is much that can be done against the current wave of rather extreme racism and xenophobia that has risen in the European Union over the past handful of years?
I don't know. That's like, I don't know. I don't know how to deal with that exactly. It's really scary. I don't think people actually realize exactly how bad it is, but yeah, don't know. Just hope that the people who win elections on those promises never really deliver, because they tend not to. So
yeah, I mean that's the benefit. And over here we have the European Court of Human Rights that can strike down a lot of the most racist bills.
Yeah.
So there is some damage control there, but it's still kind of terrifying. Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, because I don't really. My brain's kind of too fucked up to really think of anything to ask or say. So I guess I'll very much appreciate you for your time. I'm really glad that you were able to do such a thing. Have a good time, I guess.
Oh.
Enjoy the stream.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Hello, Dante Cam. Have I spoken to you before? Maybe. Ooh. That person was a very fine gentleman. Or gentle person, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna put this person back. Okay, bring them back in a minute. Oh God, give me a sec here. Woo. Whew. What's happening with chat? Is Feel the Burn getting bullied, or what's happening? Because they've pasted the definition of genocide like 7 times right now. I guess it's like argument over or whatever, but he's fine. Yeah, he's just upset. Okay. Yeah, take care of yourself, guys. Don't don't put yourself in an environment that's don't put yourself in an environment that's too difficult, all right? Oh, Bin Laden. Shall we learn about Bin Laden, shall we? Apparently, there's the jury is out amongst left-wing Zoomers about whether or not he was a good lad. Bin Laden. What's this? She didn't even look like a Zoomer.
This morning I read Letter to America, which is Osama bin Laden's letter to America explaining why he attacked Americans.
Yeah.
And I am ashamed to say that I not only have never read this letter, but I didn't even know this letter existed. It's wild, and everyone should read it. If you haven't read it yet, read it. However, be forewarned that this has left me very disillusioned, and I feel the same exact way I felt when I was deconstructing Christianity. I feel a little bit just confused, like I have entered into another timeline. What is this? And yeah, so go read it.
So I just read A Letter to America, and I will never look at life the same. I will never look at this country the same. I will never. Please read it, and if you have read it, let me know if you are also going through an existential crisis in this very moment, because in the last 20 minutes, my entire viewpoint on the entire life I have believed and I have lived has changed. Please read that entire letter.
I need everyone to stop what they're doing right now and go read. It's literally 2 pages. Go read
Okay.
A Letter to America. And please come back here and just let me know what you think, because I feel like I'm going through like an existential crisis right now.
Oh, yeah?
A lot of people are. So I just need someone else to be feeling this too.
I need you to stop what you're doing and go read A Letter to America.
Yeah.
It is literally the craziest thing I've read in a while. And while I can't say that I'm that surprised, I am pretty shocked. So go
Okay, someone DM me the fucking letter, please.
read it and tell me what you think, because I really also need to talk to other people about this. And actually, before you even read the letter, I did want to mention, in reading the letter, I could only think of this tweet that I saw the other day. Under settler colonialism, any kind of resistance is branded as terrorist because the only acceptable violence is violence by the occupier.
Well, that's
So this is fucking insane. I just read Osama bin Laden's Letter to America, which I will be going through right here, but it's actually so mind-fucking to me that terrorism has been sold as this idea to the American people, and honestly just...
Is this it? In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, to the American people. Is this the letter to America? Is this it? Peace be upon those who follow to the righteous track. Is this it? This is it. It's really short. Holy shit. All right. Okay, we're prepared.
so many Western inhabitants within certain nations that this group of people, this random group of people just suddenly wakes up one day and just fucking hates you, just wants you dead, wants you gone. And this is all because they believe that they're better than us. Like, that is the root of terrorism. It doesn't make sense. They just hate your fucking nation. But reading this letter, it becomes apparent to me that the actions of 9/11 and those acts committed against the USA and its people were all just the buildup of our government failing other nations.
God, the white man's burden, eh? Not the fucking music. Copyright, 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 copyright. Oh no. No.
Of these situations, and this letter was insanely eye-opening. I really urge everybody to Google and read it, because I thought that I had quite a lot of media literacy, but this takes it to a whole nother fucking level. Where I was just like, holy
a whole nother
shit, like
fucking
propaganda is genuinely
level.
so deeply embedded into our fucking DNA.
Read A Letter to America. You're probably waking up. You probably have a lot of questions. Welcome to the club. But we don't have a lot of time to sit and talk about everything because there's still so many puzzle pieces that we just do not know about.
Go read A Letter to America. Like, seriously, go read it. Type A Letter to America in Google or whatever you use, then come right back. Because this makes a lot more sense. It explains so much. I guarantee you it's going to blow.
I feel like I was ahead of my time. People said that this was going too far. At least a few people's opinions on the matter. Many opinions. We've seen a lot of pro-Israel people turn into Howard Stern after 9/11. A lot of pro-Palestinian people turn into, I don't know, Bin Laden after 9/11. I feel like we called it, you know? I feel like we called it. There might be a Bin Laden, a Bin Laden resurgency.
Blow your mind. And let's talk about it. So go read it, come back. Whew, it's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot. Okay. Oh, the people are doing the fucking... Okay, let's have a look. Let's see what he had to say. Mr. Bin Laden. Come on. These are your people now, Osama. I hope you're happy. Peace be upon you. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, to the American people, peace be upon those who follow the righteous track. Hereafter, the subject of my talk to you is the overwhelming control of capital and its effect on the ongoing war between us. I direct my talk specifically to those who support real change, especially the youth. I say from the onset, your former president warned you previously about the devastating Jewish control of capital. Okay, we got one red flag here for the Zoomers. Okay. And about a day that would come when it would enslave you. It has happened. Your current president warns you about the enormity of capital control, and it has a cycle whereby it devours humanity when it is devoid of the precepts of God's law, Sharia. The tyranny of the control of capital by large companies has harmed your economy, as it did ours, and that was my motivation for this talk. Tens of millions of you are below the poverty line. Millions have lost their homes, and millions have lost their jobs to mark the highest average unemployment in 60 years. Your financial system, in its totality, was about to collapse within 48 hours, and had not the administration reverted to using taxpayers' money to rescue the vultures by using the assets of the victims. So again, it's like, he's talking about 2008 crash, but it's like he's talking about vultures. He's talking about Jews, right? Okay. All right. As for us, our Iraq was invaded in response to pressure from capitalists with greed for black gold. Well, it was actually also in part because of pressure from the American people who were absolutely gung-ho for it. I feel like they could have used a slightly more responsible leader back then, you know? And you continue to support the oppressive Israelis and their occupation of our Palestine in response to pressures on your administration by a Jewish lobby backed by enormous financial capabilities. I see. This is the wrong one. Why did you guys say this was the right one, you fucking assholes? Yeah, this is a 2008 one. All right. All right, 2002. Full text. Removed. Why did they remove it? Is it because people are getting radicalized? Bro. Oh, it's 2002. Here we go. Okay. Oh my god. Are people fucking 404ing that shit? No. People keep deleting it. What the fuck? Did I miss the... Oh well. Okay. All right. Am I allowed to do that? Okay. All right, this sounds like him too. So he was trying to radicalize the American youth for quite a while, was he? Oh, is this what Denims was reading? Is this why with the okay. I should really get Corantos to read this out loud. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, permission to fight against disbelievers is given to those believers who are fought against, because they have been wronged, and surely Allah is able to give them believers victory. Okay. Those who believe fight in the cause of Allah, and those who disbelieve fight in the cause of Taghut. Anything worshipped other than Allah, for example, Satan. That's a good example. So you fight against the friends of Satan. Ever feeble is indeed the plot of Satan. Well, okay. And we all agree we don't like Satan, okay? Some American writers have published articles under the title, On What Basis Are We Fighting? These articles have generated a number of responses, some of which adhered to the truth and were based on Islamic law, and others which have not. Here we wanted to outline the truth as an explanation, him, and a warning, hoping for Allah's reward, seeking success and support for him. While seeking Allah's help, we form our reply based on two questions directed at Americans. Why are we fighting and opposing you? What are we calling you? What are we calling you to, and what do we want from you? Oh. As for the first question, why are we fighting and opposing you? The answer is very simple. Because you attacked us and continue to attack us. A, you attacked us in Palestine. Palestine, which is sunk under military occupation for more than 80 years. The British handed over Palestine with your help and your support to the Jew. How much American support was there in 1948 for Israel? They recognized Israel just after the Soviet Union, but okay, so there's one inaccuracy. This is probably because your average fucking dipshit thinks that America was fucking bankrolling Israel from day one, right? That's probably what they think. All right. Years overflowing with oppression, tyranny, crimes, killing, expulsion, destruction, and devastation. The creation and continuation of Israel is one of the greatest crimes, and you are the leaders of its criminals. Do you think Bin Laden would have been chill to the Israeli civilians if they destroyed Israel? I think he would have let them off the hook. And of course, there is no need to explain and prove the degree of American support for Israel. Yeah. The creation of Israel is a crime which must be erased. Each and every person whose hands have become polluted in the contribution towards this crime must pay its price and pay for it heavily. Oh. It brings us both laughter and tears to see that you have not yet tired of repeating your fabricated lies that the Jews have historical right to Palestine, as it was promised to them in the Torah. Anyone who disputes with them on this alleged fact is accused of anti-Semitism. This is one of the most fallacious, widely circulated fabrications in history. The people of Palestine are pure Arabs and original Semites. It is the Muslims who are the inheritors of Moses, peace be upon him, and the inheritors of the real Torah that has not been changed. Damn. It's because he thinks Ashkenazi Jews are like fucking Khazars, isn't it? So, okay. Muslims believe in all the prophets, including Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. Peace and blessing of Allah be upon them all. If the followers of Moses have been promised a right to Palestine in the Torah, then the Muslims are the most worthy nation of this. When the Muslims conquered Palestine and drove out the Romans, Palestine and Jerusalem returned to Islam. How did it return?
Loner box. You smarmy
to Islam.
Cuck bastard.
How? The religion of all the prophets, peace be upon them. Therefore, the call to a historic right to Palestine cannot be raised against the Islamic Ummah that believes in all the prophets of Allah, peace and blessings be upon them, and we make no distinction between them. In Islam, you return, not convert. Ah, I see. That's a good euphemism. All right. The blood pouring out of Palestine must be equally revenged. Bro!
Loner box. You smarmy.
Okay. You must know that Palestinians do not cry alone. Their women are not widowed alone. Their sons are not orphaned alone. Okay. This is... Okay. So I guess it's always the same people who think it's irrational to be concerned about like acts of revenge are also the same people who think revenge would be based. I don't know. Whatever. The people who advocate for it. Anyway, it's a good twist there. It's a good little gaslight. You attacked us in Somalia. You supported the Russian atrocities against us in Chechnya, the Indian oppression against us in Kashmir, and the Jewish aggression against us in Lebanon. Under your supervision, consent, and orders, the governments of our countries, which act as your agents, attack us on a daily basis. These governments prevent our people from establishing the Islamic Sharia, using violence and lies to do so. These governments give us a taste of humiliation and places us in a large prison of fear and subdual. Not gonna lie, the American greenlighting of this, quite cringe. Pretty cringe. Pretty bad. All right. I don't know if America supported the Russian atrocities in Chechnya. Did they? Did the United States support Russia in Chechnya? Support a political settlement to the second conflict in Chechnya, did not equate all separatists with terrorists, permitted several visits in the early 2000s by a minister. Okay. I don't want that fucking. What did the United States say in response to the Second Chechen War? There had been strong international condemnation of Russia's threat to civilians to get out of the Chechen capital, Grozny, or be considered an enemy target and destroyed. The United States and the European denounced the move. Okay, so bin Laden's just, okay, so he's just lying. God, I would not believe that the guy who did 9/11 would be a liar. It's just wacky. It's got a few going on, okay. These governments give a taste. Okay, these governments steal our Ummah's wealth and sell them to you at paltry price. These governments have surrendered to the Jews and handed them most of Palestine, acknowledging the existence of their state over the dismembered limbs of their own people. Okay. Surrender to the Jews. Wow. I like how he says Jews. The removal of these governments is an obligation upon us and a necessity to free the Ummah, to make the Sharia the supreme law, and to regain Palestine. And our fight against these governments is not separate from our fight against you. You steal our wealth and oil at paltry prices because of your international influence and military threats. This theft is indeed the biggest theft ever witnessed by mankind in the history of the world. I wonder how he feels about Hamas taking fucking humanitarian aid to line their own pockets in Qatar. Sorry, Qatar. Your forces occupy our countries. You spread your military bases throughout them. You corrupt our lands. You besiege our sanctities. To protect the security of Jews and to ensure the continuity of your pillage of our treasures. You keep saying the Jews. All right. I wonder what he means when he keeps saying the Jews. He must just mean Israel, the Zionists. You have starved the Muslims of Iraq, where children die every day. It is a wonder that more than 1.5 million Iraqi children have died as a result of your sanctions, and you not show concern. Yet when 3,000 of your people died, the entire world rises and has not yet sat down. Was this before the war? 1.5 million Iraqis? You have supported the Jews and their idea that Jerusalem is their eternal capital and agreed to move your embassy there. Oh yeah, because I think they agreed to do this, but they just never did. Trump was the one who actually did. Yeah. This was a bad move. Fucking Trump. Oh well. With your help and under your protection, the Israelis are planning to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Under the protection of your weapons, Sharon entered the Al-Aqsa Mosque to pollute it as a preparation to capture and destroy it. Whoa. These tragedies and calamities are only a few examples of your oppression and aggression against us. It is commanded by our religion and intellect that the oppressed have a right to return the aggression. Do not await anything from us but jihad, resistance, and revenge. Oh, actually, okay. Is it in any way rational to expect that after America has attacked us for more than half a century, then that we will then leave her to live in security and peace? Okay. You may then, do the Americans just want to die? Do they just want to get killed by, why don't they? Why don't they just speed up the process? Fuck. No one's stopping them from decolonizing inwards. You may then dispute that all the above does not justify aggression against civilians for crimes they did not commit and offenses in which they did not partake. This argument contradicts your continuous repetition that America is the land of freedom and its leaders in this world. Therefore, the American people are the ones who choose their government by the way of their own free will, a choice which stems from their agreement to its policies. Thus, the American people have chosen, consented to, and affirmed their support for the Israeli oppression of the Palestinians, the occupation and usurpation of their land, and its continuous killing, torture, punishment, and expulsion of the Palestinians. The American people have the ability and choice to refuse the policies of their government and even to change it if they want. The American people are the ones who pay the taxes which fund the planes that bomb us in Afghanistan, the tanks that strike and destroy our homes in Palestine, the armies which occupy our lands in the Arabian Gulf, and the fleets which ensure the blockade of Iraq. These tax dollars are given to Israel for it to continue the attack to attack us and penetrate our lands. So the American people are the ones who fund the attacks against us, and they are the ones who oversee the expenditure of these monies in the way that they wish through their elected candidates. Oh God, fucking ow. This is too long for a twit longer. Also, the American army is part of the American people. It is this very same people who are shamelessly helping the Jews fight against us. Oh, it's just the Jews again. Okay. The American people are the ones who employ both their men and their women in the American forces which attack us. This is why the American people cannot be innocent of all the crimes committed by the Americans and Jews against us. Bro. How did anyone fall for this? Because America bad. Zoomer left it, yeah. It's the same rhetoric, isn't it? Allah, the Almighty, legislated the permission and the option to take revenge. Thus, if we are attacked, then we have the right to attack back. Whoever has destroyed our villages and towns, then we have the right to destroy their villages and towns. Whoever has stolen our wealth, then we have the right to destroy their economy. And whoever has killed our civilians, then we have the right to kill theirs. Oh, God. He totally is just speaking to like a Chomsky fan, isn't he? It's really funny. The American government and press still refuses to answer their question. Why did they attack us in New York and Washington? If Sharon is a man of peace in the eyes of Bush, then we are also men of peace. America does not understand the language of manners and principles, so we are addressing it using the language it understands. You guys getting radicalized? As for the second question we want to answer, what are we calling you to and what do we want from you? The first thing that we are calling you to is Islam. Okay. Brilliant. The religion of the unification of God, of freedom from associating partners with him and rejection of this, of complete love of him, the exalted, of complete submission to his laws, and the discarding of all the opinions, orders, theories, and religions which contradict the religion he sent down to his prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Islam is the religion of all the prophets and makes no distinction between them, peace be upon them all. I should make a video to America. I wonder. It is to this religion that we call you, the seal of all the previous religions. It is the religion of unification of God, sincerity, the best of manners, righteousness, mercy, honor, purity, and piety. Mercy, really? I thought you wanted revenge. Why revenge and mercy at the same time? Okay, whatever. It is a religion of showing kindness to others, establishing justice between them, granting them their rights, and defending the oppressed and the persecuted. It is a religion of enjoining the good and forbidding the evil, with the, like they did with the fucking women in the Taliban, right? Okay, brilliant. Oh. I'm sure Bin Laden's world would be wonderful to the oppressed. Whoa. Didn't the Taliban offer to give Bin Laden up? And Bush was like, no, we want more anyway. But I think it was because the Taliban wanted to turn him over to a neutral country. I don't know, but fuck Bush, man. What a fucking moron. Anyway, it is a religion of showing kindness to others, establishing justice between them, granting them their rights, and defending the oppressed. Okay, it is the religion of enjoining the good and forbidding the evil with the hand, tongue, and heart. It is the religion of jihad in the way of Allah, so that Allah's word and religion reign supreme. And is the religion of unity and agreement on the obedience to Allah and total equality between all people, without regarding their color, sex, or language. It is a religion whose book, the Quran, will remain will remain preserved and unchanged. After the other divine books and messages have been changed, the Quran is the miracle until the day of judgment. Allah has challenged anyone to bring a book like the Quran or even 10 verses like it. Well, there's just plenty of them, isn't there? Okay. The second thing we call to you is to stop your oppression, lies, immorality, and debauchery that is spread amongst you. You think Bin Laden would have approved of TikTok? We call you to be a people of manners, principle, honor, and purity, to reject the immoral acts of fornication, homosexuality, intoxicants, gambling, and trading with interest. Bro! There's no fucking way. These... Okay. We call you to all of this, that you may be freed from that which you have become caught up in, that you may be freed from the deceptive lies that you are a great nation, that your leaders spread amongst you to conceal from you the despicable state to which you have reached. It is saddening to tell you that you are the worst civilization witnessed by the history of mankind. You are the nation who, rather than ruling by the Sharia of Allah and its constitution and laws, choose to invent your own laws as you will and desire. Yeah. You separate religion from your policies, contradicting the pure nature which affirms absolute authority to the Lord and your Creator. You flee from the embarrassing question posed to you. How is it possible for Allah the Almighty to create His creation, grant them power over all creatures and land, grant them all the amnesties of life, and then deny them that which they are most in need of, knowledge of the laws which govern their lives? Wow. You are the nation that permits usury, which has been forbidden by all the religions. Yet you build your economy and investments on usury. As a result of this, in all its different forms and guises, the Jews have taken control of your economy through... These TikTokers, right? They're all conservatives, right? These TikTokers are all massive isolationist Trump voting conservatives. Those people with the fucking piercing in the bridge of their noses, like surely that's who he's speaking to. Yeah, Kanye fans, groypers, through which they have taken control of your media and now control all aspects of your life, making you their servants and achieving their aims at your expense. Precisely what Benjamin Franklin warned you against. You are a nation that permits the production, trading, and usage of intoxicants. You also permit drugs and only forbid the trade of them, even though your nation is the largest consumer of them. I mean, as every TikToker, like someone like straight edge, are all those TikTokers totally straight edge, virgins, or married? In an arranged marriage. Okay, oh fuck. You are a nation that permits acts of immorality, and you consider them to be pillars of personal freedom. You've continued to sink down this abyss from level to level until incest is spread amongst you, in the face of which neither of your sense of honor nor your laws object. Okay. He's been watching Destiny debates. Who can forget your President Clinton's immoral acts committed in the Oval Office? After that, you did not even bring him to account, other than that he made a mistake, after which everything passed with no judgment. Oh, okay. Okay, we're being a bit based here. Oh no. We're starting to get a bit radicalized here, you guys. I did not have sexual relations. I did not have. Is there a worse kind of event for which your name will go down in history and remembered by nations? I love it that this is the worst thing America's done to fucking Bin Laden, is that Bill Clinton got fucking came on a girl's dress. Okay. You are a nation that permits gambling in all its forms. The companies practice this as well, resulting in the investments becoming active and criminals becoming rich. You are a nation that exploits women like consumer products or advertising tools, calling upon customers to purchase them. You use women to serve passengers, visitors, and strangers to increase your profit margins. You then rant that you support the liberation of women. You are a nation that practices the trade of sex in all its forms, directly and indirectly. Giant corporations and establishments are established on this, under the name of art, entertainment, tourism, and freedom, and other deceptive names that you attribute to it. And because of this, You have been described in history as a nation that spreads diseases that were unknown to man in the past. Go ahead and boast to the nations of man that you brought them AIDS as a satanic American invention. It's so, I can't believe how based it is when, fuck me. Bro, decolonize TikTok. I'm just saying. You have destroyed nature with your industrial waste and gases more than any other nation in history. Despite this, you refuse to sign the Kyoto Agreement so that you can secure the profit of your greedy companies and industries. Your law is the law of the rich and wealthy people who hold sway in their political parties and fund their election campaigns with their gifts. Behind them stand the Jews, who control your policies. I'm sure he just means Israelis. That which you are singled out for in the history of mankind is that you have used your force to destroy mankind more than any other nation in history. Not to defend principles and values, but to hasten to secure your interests and profits. You, who dropped a nuclear bomb on Japan, even though Japan was ready to negotiate an end to the war. Okay, again, you can call out the nuke. I don't think this was not happening. They wanted to. Then they want to keep a hold of. Then they want to keep a hold of fucking Korea. Okay. How many acts of oppression, tyranny, and injustice have you carried out, O callers to freedom? I feel like they didn't even surrender after the first bomb was dropped. They just wouldn't fucking surrender. Shit. Eek. This is just economic anxiety, material conditions, true. Let us not forget one of your major characteristics, your duality in both manners and values, your hypocrisy in manners and principles. All manners and principles have values in two scales, one for you and one for the others. The freedom and democracy that you call to is for yourselves and for the white race only, and for the rest of the world you oppose on them your monstrous, destructive policies and governments, which you call the American friends. Yet you prevent them from establishing democracies. When the Islamic Party in Algeria wanted to practice democracy and they won the election, you unleashed your agents in the Algerian army onto them and attacked them with tanks and guns to imprison them and torture them. A new lesson from the American Book of Democracy. Okay, we're going to find out if... Okay.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Is he talking about... I don't know. Never mind. We'll come back to that. I know that you could have mentioned Iran. Iran would be a better example of this because that was America, like, directly, and not even that long ago, subverting the democratic wishes of Iranian people. Anyway. Your policy on prohibiting and forcibly removing weapons of mass destruction to ensure world peace. It only applies to those countries which you do not permit to possess such weapons. As for the countries you consent to, such as Israel, then they are allowed to keep and use such weapons to defend their security.
You smarmy.
Anyone else who you suspect might be manufacturing or keeping these kind of weapons, you call them criminals and you take military action against them. Ooh. You are the last ones to respect the resolutions and policies of international law, yet you claim to want to selectively punish anyone else who does the same. Israel has for more than 50 years been pushing American resolutions, UN resolutions, and rules against the wall with the full support of America. Oh my god, true. Base soy. Damn, we're getting radicalized. Whoa. It's just because he's saying Israel's bad that people like it, right? Yeah, Israel and capitalism is bad, and then they're just like, "Hey, look, we're just like Islamic fundamentalists, we on the left." Okay, bro, they're just like us. They'll totally be pro-communism and furries and fucking trans hammer and sickle logos on Twitter. They'll totally be buying that. As for the war criminals which you censure and form criminal courts for, you shamelessly ask that you that your own are granted immunity. However, history will not forget the war crimes that you committed against the Muslims and the rest of the world. Those you have killed in Japan, Afghanistan, Somalia, Lebanon, and Iraq will remain a shame that you will ever be able to escape. It will suffice to remind you of your latest war crimes in Afghanistan, in which densely populated innocent civilian villages were destroyed, bombs were dropped on mosques, causing the roof of the mosque to come crashing down on the heads of the Muslims praying inside. You are the ones who broke the agreement with the Mujahideen when they left Kunduz, bombing them in Jangi Fort and killing more than 1,000 of your prisoners through suffocation and thirst. Allah alone knows how many people have died by torture at the hands of you and your agents. Your planes remain in the Afghan skies looking for anyone remotely suspicious. I really just want to see a day where, like, fucking the people behind the Iraq war actually face repercussions. I don't know. Like, that would just be, I think that'd be a big step forward, but obviously international court doesn't work like that, you know? You have claimed to be the vanguards of human rights, and your Ministry of Foreign Affairs issues annual reports containing statistics of those countries that violate any human rights. However, all these things vanished when the Mujahideen hit you, and then you implemented the methods of the same documented governments that you used to curse. In America, you captured thousands, the Muslims and Arabs, took them into custody with neither reason, court trial, nor even disclosing their names. You issued newer, harsher laws. What happens in Guantanamo is a historical embarrassment to America and its values, and it screams into your faces, you hypocrites. What is the value of your signature on any agreement or treaty? Do you think bin Laden opposed detention without trial? Interesting. What we call you to, thirdly, is to take an honest stance with yourselves, and I doubt you will do so, to discover that you are a nation without principles or manners, and that the values and principles to you are something which you merely demand from others, not that which you yourself must adhere to. We also advise you to stop supporting Israel and to end your support of the Indians in Kashmir, the Russians against the Chechens, well, that'll be easy enough, and to also cease supporting the Manila government against the Muslims in southern Philippines. We also advise you to pack your luggage and get out of our lands. We desire for your goodness, guidance, and righteousness. Do not force us to send you back as cargo in coffins. Huh. Well, that's ironic. Because he got thrown in the sea, didn't he? They just chucked him in the sea. Do not force us to throw your corpse in the sea. What was it? Someone said that Osama bin Laden is an anagram for lob de man in sea. You can try it. Okay. Sixthly, we call upon you to end your support of the corrupt leaders in our countries. Do not interfere in our politics and method of education. Leave us alone or expect us in New York and Washington. We also call you to deal with us and interact with us on the basis of mutual interests and benefits rather than the policies of subdual, theft, and occupation, and not to continue your policy of supporting the Jews because this will result in more disasters for you. If you fail to respond to all these conditions, then prepare for fight with the Islamic nation, the nation of monotheism that puts complete trust on Allah and fears none other than Him. The nation which is addressed by its Quran with the words, do you fear them? Allah has more right than you should fear, that you should fear Him if you are believers. Fight against them so that Allah will punish them by your hands and disgrace them and give you your victory over them and heal the breasts of believing people and remove the anger of their believers' hearts. Allah accepts the repentance of whom He wills. Allah is all-knowing, all-wise. So it must be so difficult for like tanky fucking communists because they don't really have that many people in the world to champion these days. They don't really have anyone to cheer for. Really? So I guess that's why they resort to just cheering for like any effective enemy of America that they can find, even if it's fucking bin Laden and religious schizo posting. Oh, God. Is he just quoting the Quran now? The nation of martyrdom, the nation that desires death more than you desire. The Islamic nation that was able to dismiss and destroy the previous evil empires like yourself, the nation that rejects your attacks, wishes to remove your evils, and is prepared to fight you. You are well aware that the Islamic nation, from the very core of its soul, despises your haughtiness and arrogance. If the Americans refuse to listen to our advice and the goodness, guidance, and righteousness that we call them to, then be aware that you will lose this crusade Bush began, just like the other previous crusades in which you were humiliated by the hands of the Mujahideen, fleeing to your home in great silence and disgrace. If the Americans do not respond,
cuck bastard.
then their fate will be that of the Soviets who fled from Afghanistan to deal with their military defeat, political breakup, ideological downfall, and economic bankruptcy. This is our message to the Americans and an answer to theirs. Do they know now why we must fight them?
You smarmy cuck
And
bastard.
over which form of ignorance, by the permission of Allah, shall we be victorious? Okay. Let's say it was not particularly based for the most part. Okay. But what am I but a regular old hoity-toity liberal, I guess. Shit. So what are they saying? Now that we know?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Bin Laden's letter to America.
The way this letter is going viral right now is giving me the
Hey, what
greatest
did that guy
sense of
say?
relief.
Hey, are you even paying attention to me right now?
I read Osama bin Laden's letter to America.
The way this letter is going viral right now is giving me the greatest sense of relief. If you're Muslim and you've lived in the US since 9/11, you know more truth than the typical citizen. Now it's all coming to light because of Palestine.
Loner box. You smarmy cuck bastard.
You just read Bin Laden's letter to America and noticed the media is trying to bury it.
Are you even paying attention to me right now?
Bro. I really hope these are all virgins who have never gambled, who have never lent or borrowed money. Okay. Who wear veils. Oh God. Jesus Christ. Who have no Jewish friends. Wow. Oh my God. Osama bin Laden. Our guy. The fuck. I don't even.
Loner box. You smarmy.
What do we do
cuck
about
bastard.
this? What's the. I don't even know what to say. I want to see a poll. I want to see a solid opinion poll from America. Do you think Israel's overall treatment of Palestinians since Israel was formed constitutes a cultural genocide? I mean, given that broadness of that term, probably. I mean, they literally fucking destroyed the villages and then renamed them with Hebrew names, right? It's like, they definitely did a bit of the old erasure from that part of the world, didn't they? There's no signs on any of the roads in Israel for where those old villages are. You just have to go and find them. So, yeah. Anyway. Did they read the other one from 2008? They probably think it was amazing as well. Okay. That was a good segment. Bin Laden segment. Why not, eh? Harvey Marvey, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Grolix is with the $1.99. Gen Z, woke posting anti-Semitic propaganda. Yikes. Well. KPV with the $1.99. Ground News also sponsored Bad Empanada, FYI. Well, I hope Grand News just never find out what he gets up to on the internet, I guess. Whatever. Life's too short. Hardcore Val with a $5. I'm 99% sure that what was spread around TikTok was carefully selected paragraphs that didn't include the majority of this letter. Oh yeah, no, people don't read, so yeah, people probably did just read the bits that they agree with, yeah. Grolix with a $1.99. Meanwhile, OBL had a huge porn library / played FPS. Did he? Did he? Okay. Uber with a $5. I agree with everything you wrote. How do I join your organization? Okay. Well. Well, I really appreciate the donos, you guys. Keep me chugging away. I didn't know he had porn. No, I didn't know that. He watched anime. Okay. He was bronze in League of Legends. Okay. Whatever, dude. Wait until TikTok finds out about this. I don't know what this is. This is just a PDF. Oh, it's a PDF of Mein Kampf. Hey, good one. Good one. Okay. Oh. Okay. Where are we going? I think I need to turn my heating off if it's still on. It feels like it's still on. But an overrated book. I feel like there's a lot of overrated fucking tyrants getting attention now. Overrated psychos and anti-Semites. Okay. What's going on my Twitch? Where's the Twitch hype trains going on, guys? There's 200 viewers in there. I haven't even had a single Twitch hype train today that I know of. Where is it? God damn it. Where's the effort? I just read out an entire Bin Laden schizo post. Which some people enjoy, I guess. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some more water. That's what I'm gonna do. Take a minute. Okay. 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 Damn. Go away, we were enjoying the Hassan stream. Ah, that's a good one. The Guardian removing it makes it all the more captivating. Yeah, I guess it does. I guess the fact that the Guardian removed it does make me want to become a terrorist. There's probably no going back now, to be fair. Nice haircut. Thanks. Okay. What do we do? Loanerbox has to be a psyop. There's no way. What has to be a psyop? Me? Am I a psyop? Is Destiny debating Finkelstein or not? Maybe. I don't know. Read the new Palestinian poll. I've got one here that we can share. It's not very, I don't even know how representative it is, though, because I don't imagine anyone to poll that fucking accurately when there's a fucking war happening, but, I mean, there's this one. This is why when people say one state for two peoples, 5.4%. Two states for two peoples, 17.2. Palestinian state from the river to the sea. Now I'm assuming if this one says for two peoples, this one means for one peoples, 74.7%. So that's why when people say, like, when leftists try to propose the one state solution, it's like, it's not quite the same as what's popular over there. This is the one that the far left people advocate for, right? I'm not saying this will never change. I'm just saying that you probably have to cover a few more basic steps before you get people on board with this one, because right now it's pretty low. Pretty low. I thought you were pro one state. Yeah, but I don't know why I would have that fucking argument right now when Palestinians don't want it. I'd rather just, that's why I don't really, I told you, that's why I don't stand strong. That's why I don't stand firm on one or two states. That's not my position. Like, it's not my focus. There's no peace process right now. There's no negotiations right now. That's why I push for just policies that can move things forward, like a settlement freeze, like getting Israel to recognize the Nakba, like just shit like that. I don't know. Stopping the IDF from being so fucking mental. Prosecuting settler violence effectively. Prosecuting IDF crimes effectively. These are things that are quite agreeable that can be advocated for from a distance. There's no peace process. I know, right? It's very sad. Do I want to watch this debate with Mohammed Hijab? I don't know. I just think it's the fucking craziest. No. Just seems so useless. Let's watch it. It's an hour long. Why is it an hour long? Bro. Why is it so long? Collins. Every call-in person has already been on. I don't want to just have a regular fucking cycle of people. I don't know. Watch Keffel's beef with Mike from PA. Yeah, I could start with that, eh? You didn't bring me in. Okay, hang on. Where is... Oh. Mike from PA's deranged meltdown about Keffels. Well, I love a deranged meltdown.
Interesting.
So what exactly was it that Mike said, apparently?
Major to check different things on the board. Turns out I needed a $5 fuse. TV repair guy wanted $400 to show up. That's what Reddit is good for. Honestly, who even gets TVs repaired anymore? They're like...
Okay, so this is definitely not about anything.
Oh, not the fucking volume balance. God damn it. All right.
To me.
Just deal with it.
It's cheaper to just buy a brand new one. I'm sorry. I wish that weren't the case, but that is late stage capitalism.
Oh, wait a second.
Don't forget late stage capitalism. It's been late stage capitalism since like 1920 or some shit. I don't know. It's not the fucking cope about this being late stage capitalism.
I see why this started. There was a chat message about me.
538 is worthless.
Any day now.
Funny to see because I thought of Keffels as somebody who to show up. That's what Reddit is good for. Honestly, who even gets TVs repaired anymore? They're like, it's cheaper to just buy a brand new one. I'm sorry. I wish that weren't the case, but that is late stage capitalism.
It was this comment. I love the new Keffels views about tankies in China. Thanks a lot for introducing her to us. Oh, I see.
Oh.
I see.
Troll.
So he decided that he had to denounce me because of a chatter.
I love the new Keffels views about tankies China. All I can say about Keffels is, once you get, the funniest thing about Keffels, and I have to be honest, is I specifically was like very friendly to Keffels. I was one of the first persons to even notice she was streaming on Twitch and give her a boost. But I did so.
He did that to me as well. He did that to me.
Because I thought of Keffels as somebody who had legitimately an intelligent perspective based on, running for office as a communist.
Mike, I went to rehab and came out a better person. Somehow she came out worse. Mike, I went to rehab and came out a better person. Somehow she came out worse. What a fucking gross message. Holy shit.
In the Communist Party, they would be interesting and unique. I was wrong. Because the moment they got a crumb of relevance, they started tailing liberals because...
Ergonomic chair, if you ever do a message like that again, I'm going to ban you indefinitely. Okay? Don't do that. You know what you did. Don't even fucking... What?
Making money from content creation is the most money they ever made. So now she is hailing the
advertising websites to stop.
Debate Bros and just tried to shit on people that she used to be a comrade with.
By the way, right now, he is currently live and he is reacting to Hassan debating someone from the commentary community who makes drama videos about Sneeko. Like, shut the fuck up about this Debate Bro stuff. This is so...
Even Destiny outright said the site names. Who do you think... Okay, good for him. I'm saying don't share it, you fucking idiot.
So disingenuous.
Well, Destiny did it. Okay.
Like, I don't need to take anything from Mike. Mike is one of the most cucked live streamers I know. His entire career is based off of being a parasite who was attached to Hassan. His career could not exist without Hassan.
He also just endorses the fuck out of like every Hassan take. He's just like, Hassan has the right perspective on this. It's like I couldn't believe it watching the Mike streams about just how much he fucking affirmed, hyper affirmed everything Hassan was taking. Ugh.
He literally chooses the schedule for his stream around when Hassan isn't streaming to maximize his views.
That's called being a sellout. That's disgusting.
If I wanted to be a sellout, I simply would not have said my honest political opinions. I remember that Mike once told me that Vosh made the biggest mistake in his political career by not being nice to Hassan, which just sounds like you have no principles. You're along for the ride.
Uh-oh.
You're willing to do anything to defend your bread and butter. Being sincere, having credibility, makes you less popular. That's it.
Yeah. Well, that's my excuse. That's why everyone hates me. It's because I'm so credible. Definitely that. It's not because I'm snarky or annoying. It's just because I'm so fucking integrity. It's all the integrity, you guys. You can't handle it. Ugh.
After me, going after Hassan.
I am
trying to get our
Sisyphus.
attention. You don't get it. You got it finally.
I am
but
strong.
Just for me to say once and for all, you suck. You suck. Good luck with the debate bro tailing. Embarrassing.
What? How am I tailing debate bros? I don't even understand. Accusing me of tailing when he literally has built his career off of tailing Hassan Piker. Like, come on. This is just projection.
What happened? Whatever happened. This is what happens when you go online. I want you to imagine, put yourself in the shoes of people that become these debate bro orbiters. Imagine that the only job that you were qualified for is dipping ice cream cones. And that's a hard work.
Why does he just sound like a drunk person at a bar trying to persuade you of something that you never asked about? It's just always this kind of you don't understand that the late stage capitalism and why does he do that?
How is he a socialist right now while he's shitting on people in the service industry? I'm very confused.
Hot damn.
You know, it's hard work. I get it. I love ice cream cone.
Run this back. You missed it.
Kaiser Kenny, thanks for the $5. Mike is normally able to couch all these bad faith arguments. Google Mike from PA couch to find more. You know what? Because I've never really heard anything good about Mike from PA. So if he is actually good at couching his opinions, maybe I should check that out, shouldn't I? I want to see him actually couching these arguments in an effective way. Oh, look here. Couch. This is the first thing that came up.
Alright, I'm feeling more violent.
Where is it?
The granite. Yeah. That just feels good. Oh my god. Feels good.
What did you just do?
Nothing.
Why is this couch now moved? Did you just hit the couch?
No, we just moved the couch back. I just nudged it. Oh shit, they're here.
I suppose that really changes everything, doesn't it? Okay.
He's basically trying to say that all I'm qualified to do is to serve ice cream, and that is why I'm a debate bro tailist.
VC Schuss, thanks for the $5. Just a reminder that Mike from PA was a Republican, and this is mainly just a grift from him. Did you ever look at how he lied about being a lawyer? I knew he used to be a Republican. I didn't know he lied about being a lawyer. Or did I? Maybe. I don't know. There's just quite a lot. Okay.
I can say about Keffels is once you get the funniest thing about
Okay, this video is 20 minutes long. Let's go do something else. He's just being annoying. Well done, Mike. Okay. Mike from PA. Oh god, what a character. What a fucking dude. He's a very not okay person. Mike from Palestinian Authority. He claimed to be a lawyer when running for office. That's not ethical. That's not ethical at all. Shit. That's just late stage capitalism for you. Late stage capitalism if I ever saw it. That level of scamming. Gotta get President Sunday on the case. I would love to see those two fighting. That would be so funny. That would change my life.
Loner box. You smarmy cuck bastard.
All right. Oh. Excuse me. What do I want to read? I know what to read. Let me find it. I wanted to watch this because I've never read anything from Avi Schleim before. At least not that I have. I probably have, but it's just been a while. Actually, have I? Whatever, doesn't matter. Probably, maybe not. Okay. This is the War of the Israeli Historians. I think there's some insight in this, apparently, from 2004. But who knows? This is one of the new historians, I think, Avi. God, Hardcore Val is really pumping the gas on this stream, really. Okay. A nation, said the French philosopher Ernst Renan, is a group of people united by a mistaken view about the past and a hatred of their neighbors. Throughout the ages, the use of myths about the past has been a potent instrument of forging a nation. The Zionist movement, the forerunner of the State of Israel, was one of the most successful public relations exercises in the 20th century. That's a good way to put it. Public relations. Yet, this movement was not unique in propagating a simplified and varnished version of the past in the process of promoting its own nationalist agenda. On the contrary, like all nationalist versions of history, the standard Zionist version of the emergence of the State of Israel in 1948 and of its 50 years' war with its Arab neighbors was selective, simplistic, and self-serving.
Loner box. You smarmy.
It's amazing that
bastard.
Until the 80s, they just believed that the fucking Arabs walked away because they were told to. By other Arabs.
Loner box. You smarmy.
Anyway,
bastard.
Okay. And they still never really caught up. Like, the state never caught up with the historians. Okay. Oh, alright, sorry. Let's focus. God damn it. This version of history served a dual function in instilling a sense of national nationhood in Jews from various countries of origin and in enlisting international sympathy and support for the fledgling State of Israel. The one cause it emphatically did not serve is that of mutual understanding and reconciliation between Jews and Arabs. Oh. Let me see. Hang on. I got a super. Nice cut. Thanks, White Rider. Hardcore Val, thanks for the $5. Do you play or used to play RuneScape? No. Okay. Let's go. This one caused emphatically. Okay. All right.
Loner box. You smarmy cuck bastard.
The last decade has witnessed slow and halting progress towards peace between Israel and its traditional enemies, but it has also witnessed the emergence of a new kind of war, the War of the Israeli Historians. This war is between the traditional Israeli historians and the new historians who started to challenge the Zionist rendition of the birth of Israel and of the subsequent 50 years of conflict and confrontation. The work of the new historians has already had a significant impact on popular perceptions of the historical roots of the conflict. And it may also turn out to have a part to play in breaking down the remaining psychological barriers on the road toward comprehensive peace in the Middle East. Conquerors, my son, consider as true history only what they themselves have fabricated. Thus remarked the old Arab headmaster to young Said on his return to Haifa in the summer of 1948 in Emil Habibi's Habibi? Is that really the name? Okay. Tragicomic novel, The Secret Life of Said, the Ill-Fated Pessimist. The headmaster spoke about the Israelis more in sorrow than in anger. It is true they did demolish those villages and did evict their inhabitants. But, my son, they are far more merciful than the conquerors our forefathers had years before. Damn. The good old but. But. We love it. Most Israelis would be outraged by the suggestion that they are conquerors, yet this is how they are perceived by the Palestinians. But the point of the quote is that there can be no agreement on what actually happened in 1948. Each side subscribes to a different version of events. The Palestinians regarded Israelis as the conquerors and themselves as the true victims of the Arab-Israeli War, which they call al-Nakba, or the disaster. Palestinian historiography reflects these perceptions. The Israelis, on the other hand, whether conquerors or not, were the indisputable victors in the 48 War, which they call the War of Independence. Because they were the victors, among other things, they were able to propagate more effectively than their opponents their version of this fateful war. History, in a sense, is the propaganda of the victors. Okay. The conventional Zionist account of the 48 War goes roughly as follows. The conflict between Jews and Arabs in Palestine came to a head following the passage on 29th of November 1947 of the United Nations Partition Resolution, which called for the establishment of two states, one Jewish and one Arab. The Jews accepted the UN plan despite the painful sacrifices it entailed, but the Palestinians, the neighboring Arab states, and the Arab League rejected it. Great Britain did everything in its power towards the end of the Palestine Mandate to frustrate the establishment of the Jewish state envisioned in the UN plan. With the expiry of the mandate and the proclamation of the State of Israel, 5 Arab states sent their armies into Palestine with the firm intention of strangling the Jewish state at birth. Oh, is this where Ben Shapiro gets the strangle them to death in the crib fucking line? I feel like it's quite weird. Like making Israel sound like a little baby and shit. Gotta watch out for the Transjordan betrayal. I know, right? The Transjordan heel turn. The subsequent struggle was an unequal one between a Jewish David and an Arab Goliath. The infant Jewish state fought a desperate, heroic, and ultimately successful battle for survival against overwhelming odds. During the war, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians fled to the neighboring Arab states, mainly in response to orders from their leaders and despite Jewish pleas to stay and demonstrate that peaceful coexistence was possible. After the war, the story continues. Israeli leaders sought peace with all their heart and all their might, but there was no one to talk on the other side. Arab intransigence was alone responsible for the political deadlock, which was not broken until President Anwar Sadat's visit to Jerusalem 30 years later. For many years, the standard Zionist account of the causes, character, and course of the Arab-Israeli conflict remained largely unchallenged outside the Arab world. The 40th anniversary of the establishment of the State of Israel, however, was accompanied by the publication of 4 books by Israeli scholars who challenged the traditional historiography of the birth of the State of Israel and the First Israeli-Arab War. The 4 books are Sima Flapan's The Birth of Israel, Myths and Realities, Benny Morris's The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, Ilan Pappé's Britain and the Arab-Israeli Conflict, 47 to 51, and my own Collusion Across Jordan, King Abdullah, the Zionist Movement, and the Partition of Palestine. I wonder if this book is more regarded than Ethnic Cleansing. Is it? Oh, give me a neck crack. Ah, okay. Yeah, I know Avi Shlaim focused a lot on King Abdullah's fucking secret thing with Israel. I think it was only 3 people who knew about this plan. 3 wankers. Okay. Collectively, the authors came to be called the Israeli Revisionist or New Historians. I don't know anything about this Flapan person. 2 factors account for the emergence of the new historiography: the release of the official documents in 48 by the government of Israel, and the change in the political climate in Israel in the aftermath of the Lebanon War of 82. Israel adopted the British 30-year rule for the review and declassification of foreign policy documents. Under this rule, a vast account of primary source material was released for research in the Central Zionist Archives, the Israeli State Archives, the Haganah Archive, the IDF Archive, the Labour Party Archive, and the Ben Gurion Archive. That's a lot of archives. Damn. Arab countries have nothing remotely resembling a 30-year rule. Arab governments only give access to their records if they give any access at all in a limited, haphazard, and arbitrary manner. It is very much to Israel's credit that it allows researchers access to its internal documents, thereby making it possible critical studies of its own conduct, such as those written by the new historians. If the release of rich new sources of information was one important reason behind the advent of historical revisionism, a change in the general political climate was another. For many Israelis, especially liberal-minded ones, the Likud's ill-conceived and ill-fated invasion of Lebanon in 82 marked a watershed. Until then, Zionist leaders had been careful to cultivate the image of peace lovers who would stand up and fight only if war was forced upon them. It's always Lebanon. Why do they keep...
You smarmy
Why
cuck
are all their
bastard.
epic fuck-ups with Lebanon? Hummers, thanks for the 500 RSDs. Have you seen the France 24 about Al-Shifa? The British doctor interview talking about Hamas being in the hospital. Also, did I do something wrong for the call-in? Cool. So I'll do the call-in after this. Sorry. No, I didn't see that. I'll watch that after. Okay. I'm avoiding Al-Shifa coverage because it's like an operation that's ongoing. I don't know why the fuck it's going to be any value in me commenting on it until it's done, right? It's just going to be... I love how it's just everyone right now is like either guzzling all the IDF videos at face value, or they're just like, oh, whoa, you found a box of dates and there's like there are like 30 weapons and grenades right next to the dates, but they're like, oh, all you found was dates. Like, okay, whatever, dude. So people are so weird. People are just, how can people keep making the same mistakes over and over and over and over and over again with breaking news? It's so stupid. All right. Until then, Zionist leaders have been careful to cultivate the image of peace lover. Okay, we got that. Until then, the notion of Ian Breira? How do you say that?
Loner box. You smarmy
Cuck bastard.
Inbera.
Inbrera.
Inbera.
Wow, that is not how I thought it would be pronounced. Inbrera. Of no alternative was central to the explanation of why Israel went to war and a means of legitimizing her involvement in wars. But while the fierce debate between supporters and opponents of the Lebanon War was still raging, Prime Minister Menachem Begin gave a lecture to the IDF Staff Academy on wars of choice and wars of no choice. He argued that the Lebanon War, like the Sinai War of 56, was a war of choice designed to achieve national objectives. Ooh. With this admission, unprecedented in the history of the Zionist movement, the national consensus around the notion of Inbera began to crumble, creating political space for a critical re-examination of the country's earlier history. Damn. Those cuck bastards. Yeah, no one likes to talk about the Suez Canal crisis because it makes Israel look fucking horrible. Yeah. Makes them look very aggro. All right. The appearance of the first wave of revisionist studies of the 48 War excited a great deal of interest and controversy in the Israeli political arena, in academic circles, and in the media. The initial reaction was one of discomfort and even dismay at what looked like a deliberate targeting of the sacred cows that all Israeli schoolchildren had been educated to respect and revere. Some commentators felt that the new books constituted a well-orchestrated attack on Israel's reputation, an attack that must not be allowed to go unanswered. Others were more sympathetic to the attempt to re-examine time-hallowed truths in the light of fresh evidence. Even when the initial shock subsided, opinion remained sharply divided on the merits of the new historiography. Veterans of the 48 War and members of the Old Guard, especially the Old Guard of the Labour Party, continued to bristle with hostility towards the new interpretations. Among the critics of the new historians, the most strident and vitriolic was Shabtai Teveth, I've heard of this person, a journalist and biographer of David Ben-Gurion, the founder of the State of Israel and its first prime minister. Teveth's attack, The New Historians, appeared in 4 successive full-page installments in the independent daily Haaretz in May 1989. In September 1989, Teveth published an abridged version of this series in an article entitled, is it abridged or abridged? Hang on, I should know this because I never look it up. Abridged.
Abridged.
Okay, nice. Where was I? Of this series, an article entitled Charging Israel with Original Sin in the American Jewish Monthly Commentary. In this article, Teveth described the new history as a farrago of distortions, omissions, tendentious readings, fuck me. Oh my god. It's tendentious, isn't it?
Tendentious.
Tendentious. Okay, got you. All right. Oh. And outright falsifications. Teveth pursued two lines of attack. One line of attack was that the new historiography rests in part on defective evidence and is characterized by serious professional flaws. The other line of attack charged that the new historiography was politically motivated, pro-Palestinian, and aimed at delegitimizing Zionism and the State of Israel. Teveth's polemics generated more heat than light. Like so many members of the Labour Party Old Guard, he showed himself to be incapable of distinguishing between history and propaganda. Oh. Interestingly, individuals on the political right in Israel, whether scholars or not, respond to the findings of the new historiography with far greater equanimity. They readily admit, for example, that Israel did expel Palestinians and even expressed regret that she did not expel more Palestinians since it was they who launched their war against her. Damn. People who say that are just, fuck me. Right-wingers tend to treat the 1948 war from a realpolitik point of view rather than a moralistic one. They are therefore spared the anguish of trying to reconcile the practices of Zionism with the precepts of liberalism. It is perhaps for this reason that they are generally less self-righteous and more receptive to new evidence and new analyses of the 48 war than members of the Mapai Old Guard. The latter put so much store by Israel's claim to moral rectitude that they cannot face up to the evidence of cynical Israeli double-dealings or brutal expulsion and dispossession of the Palestinians. It is an axiom of their narrative that Israel is the innocent victim. Not content with the 30 pieces of silver, these people insist on retaining for Israel the crown of thorns. And it is their concern with the political consequences of rewriting history that largely accounts for the ferocity of their attacks on the new historiography. That's wild. That is like that the right wingers didn't care as much because they just saw it as realpolitik, and the left wingers were the old Mapai and Labour Party people were more inclined to hide it because they wanted to keep their reputation because they wanted it clashed too much with their values. Wow. Interesting. Whereas the initial debate revolved around the methods, sources, and alleged political motives of the new historians, the subsequent debate related to some of their specific findings. 5 major bones of contention can be identified in the debate between the traditional and the new historians. British policy towards the end of the Palestine Mandate, the Arab-Israeli military balance in 1948, the causes of the Palestine exodus, Arab war aims, and the reasons for the persistent political deadlock after the guns fell silent. The traditional Zionist version maintains that Britain's aim in the twilight of its mandate over Palestine was to prevent the establishment of a Jewish state, that the Jews were hopelessly outnumbered and outgunned. This is not true at all. I think Benny Morris said that the Arab states had better equipment combined, but they just couldn't conscript enough people. They couldn't get enough people to fight. So the Israelis actually had more forces. They had more fighters than all the Arab states combined. By about 20 or 30,000. That the Palestinians left of their own accord and in the expectation of triumphal return, that's definitely not the case for most of them, that there was an all-Arab plan to destroy the infant Jewish state as soon as it came into the world, and that Arab intransigence was the sole cause of the political deadlock that followed the war. The revisionist version maintains, in a nutshell, that Britain's aim was to prevent the establishment not of a Jewish state, but of a Palestinian state. Ooh. That the Jews outnumbered all the Arab forces, regular and irregular, operating the Palestinian theater, and after the first truce, also outgunned them. That the Palestinians, for the most part, did not choose to leave, but were pushed out. And that there was no monolithic Arab war aim because the Arab rulers were deeply divided among themselves, and that the quest for a political settlement was frustrated more by Israeli than by Arab intransigence. Okay. Oh, my neck is so sore. Fuck. What the fuck is intransigence? Let me just find out. So I don't give you the wrong definition. I feel like I just... refusal to change one's views. Okay. So it was Israeli intransigence. Oh, whoa. Is this to do with the attacks on the demilitarized zones? Like between Israel and Syria? The last issue in the debate is particularly sensitive because it involves the allocating of responsibility for the elusive peace. At the core of the old version is the image of the Arab world as a monolithic and implacably hostile enemy. According to this version, Israel's leaders strove indefatigably towards a peaceful settlement of the dispute, but all their efforts foundered on the rocks of Arab intransigence. The revisionist version holds that Israel was more inflexible than the Arab states, and that she consequently bears a larger share of the responsibility for the diplomatic stalemate that remained in place long after the ending of military hostilities. Evidence for the revisionist version comes mainly from the files of the Israeli Foreign Ministry. These files burst at the seams with evidence of Arab peace feelers and Arab readiness to negotiate with Israel from September 48 onwards. The two main issues on the agenda were borders and the rights of Palestinian refugees. Each of the neighboring Arab rulers was prepared to negotiate directly with Israel in the hope of gaining something on these issues in return for making peace. Okay. King Farouk of Egypt demanded the secession of Gaza and a substantial strip of desert as his price for a de facto recognition of Israel. King Abdullah of Transjordan proposed an overall settlement with Israel in return for a land corridor to link his kingdom with the Mediterranean. Even more subversive of the conventional wisdom is the case of Colonel Husni Zaim, the chief of staff who captured power in Syria in a bloodless coup in March 1949 and was overthrown 5 months later. I think Syria swapped leaders quite a lot in these decades. On seizing power, Zaim offered Israel full peace with an immediate exchange of ambassadors, normal economic relations, and the resettlement of 300,000 Palestinian refugees in Syria in return for moving the border to the middle of the Sea of Galilee. All three Arab rulers displayed remarkable pragmatism in their approach to negotiations with the Jewish state. They were even anxious to preempt one another because they assumed that whoever settled with Israel first would get the best terms. Zaim openly declared his ambition to be the first Arab leader to make peace with Israel. Oh, interesting. I did not know these things. Let me get some shit down, shall I? Eh. Jordan wasn't really fighting. They did clash with the IDF at points. They did clash. Just making some notes, sorry. So the old historiography claims were, hang on. That first one was Arab, and so was the obstacle to peace from September 48. Words. Okay. Name. So Arabs were willing to make peace offers with Israel. And what are the examples here? So sorry, I'll put this up next to you so you can see what I'm doing. I feel like I should have been focusing a lot more on this research stuff than I have been. But I guess most of the discussions people want to have now are all about the war. Wanted. Of Israel. King Abdullah did an overall settlement in return for land. Yeah. Thinking. What the fuck would that have looked like? Like from the West Bank to the Mediterranean, like a land corridor, just like a cut. Are you uploading this stream completely? Yeah, I'll go up to YouTube, yeah. That's interesting. Put Syria so people don't. Do I remember? Because I don't remember his name. Full peace and recognition and resettlement. Area in return. So I guess Israel just didn't want to get rid of their fucking borders, right? Their new borders, because so what would this have looked like if they all got their concessions? Oh my god, why are all the maps so shit? So Syria wanted their border to go what, like down this way? There, Jordan, I guess, wanted a connection to the Mediterranean from the West Bank, and Egypt would have wanted Gaza plus. I wonder if there's any map for what that would have looked like. Okay. In each case, though, for slightly different reasons, Ben-Gurion considered the price for being asked for peace as too high. He was ready to conclude peace on the basis of the status quo. He was unwilling to proceed with a peace which involved more than minuscule Israeli concessions on refugees or on borders. Ben-Gurion, as his diary reveals, considered that the armistice agreements with the neighboring Arab states met Israel's essential needs for recognition, security, and stability. He knew that for formal peace agreements, Israel would have to pay by yielding substantial tracts of territory and by permitting the return of a substantial number of refugees, and he did not consider this a price worth paying. Whether Ben-Gurion made the right choice is a matter of opinion. That he had the choice is now undeniable. So Ben... want to yield of territory or to resettle large amounts of refugees. But he had the choice. The Israeli public paid close and unremitting attention to the War of the Israeli Historians. This war was not conducted exclusively within the precincts of academia, but periodically spilled over into the public arena. Extensive coverage of this war is provided by the media. Newspapers vie with one another in giving blow-by-blow accounts of pitched battles fought at conferences, seminars, and symposia held on university campuses. Consequently, it is not just a handful of scholars, but the whole nation which has been confronting its past. Such a high degree of public involvement in the war, in which the principal protagonists are university professors, is uncommon in most countries, but not surprising in the case of Israel. The reason for this is that the debate about 48 cuts to the very core of Israel's image of itself. For a number of years after the publication of the first batch of revisionist books, the War of the Historians continued to concentrate on the birth of Israel and the origins of the Israeli-Arab conflict. Gradually, however, the war extended to other fronts. In 1993, Benny Morris published a book entitled Israel's Border Wars 49 to 56, Arab Infiltration, Israeli Retaliation, and the Countdown to the Suez War. This formed a natural sequel to his 1988 book, The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, and to his 1990 volume of essays, 48 and After, Israel and the Palestinians. Taken together, the last two volumes effectively undermine Zionist orthodoxy on the causes of the Palestinian exodus. Israel's Border Wars dealt with the formative period which ended with the Suez War. Here too, Morris made extensive use of recently declassified Israeli and Western sources in an attempt to describe what actually happened. And here too, he drove a coach and horses through the Orthodox version, which placed the entire responsibility for the escalation on the Arab side, okay? I wonder if this is just the same claim, isn't it? Yeah, okay, sorry. Towards the end of 1999, another round began in the War of the Israeli Historians with the publication of two books. Benny Morris's Righteous Victims, A History in the Zionist-Arab Conflict, 1881 to 99, and my own, The Iron Wall, Israel and the Arab World. Both books are wide in scope. The first traces the turbulent history of the conflict from its origins in the late 19th century to the end of the 20th century, while the second examines Israel's policy towards the Arab world during the first 50 years of statehood. The title of my book requires a word of explanation. It refers to a strategy which was first formulated by Ze'ev Jabotinsky, the founder of revisionist Zionism. In 1923, Jabotinsky published an article entitled On the Iron Wall. He argued that it was naive to expect Arab nationalists to welcome a Jewish state in Palestine. Negotiations with the Arabs in the early stages would be futile. The only way to realize the Zionist project was behind an iron wall of Jewish military strength. But his article also incorporated a sophisticated theory of change, a change in Arab attitudes to a Jewish state. He envisaged two stages. I know about this, yeah. I think I spoke to Destiny about this. And the problem is that they're very much stuck in stage one, even today. The first stage was to build the Iron Wall. This was expected to compel the Arabs to abandon any hope of destroying the Jewish state. The shift towards moderation or realism on the Arab side was to be followed by stage two, negotiations. Negotiations with the Palestinian Arabs about their status and national rights in Palestine. Okay? Wall theory. Oh my God. One. Fuck around and find out. Push Arab nations. Oops. Into abandoning the idea of destroying Israel. Stage two. Follow the moderation. With negotiations. Including the national rights in Palestine. Step 3, probably genocide, right? Stage 4, profit. Oh God. Jabotinsky's article sparked a lively debate within the Zionist movement. Spokesmen for the mainstream accused him of militarism and of betraying the values of the Zionist movement. Jabotinsky poured scorn on his left-wing critics, on the vegetarians. Okay. Based. The vegetarians. He called them hypocrites and he considered it a mitzvah, okay? A sacred duty to expose their hypocrisy. He rounded on his critics in the second article entitled The Morality of the Iron Wall. From the point of view of morality, he argued there were two possibilities. Zionism was either a bad thing or a good thing. Whoa. He's a Vosh viewer. If it was a bad thing, it should be abandoned. If it was a good thing, if it had justice on its side, then it must triumph regardless of the wishes of anyone else. Jabotinsky's analysis was surely correct. This was a conflict between two national movements that could not be resolved by negotiation and compromise as long as the Arabs thought they had a chance of winning. A voluntary agreement was unattainable. I argue in the book that Jabotinsky's strategy was adopted in all but name by his Labour Party opponents, led by Ben-Gurion. It became the cornerstone of the Zionist strategy in the conflict, and most importantly, I argue that the strategy worked. The history of the State of Israel is a vindication of the strategy of the Iron Wall. The Arabs, first the Egyptians, then the Palestinians, then the Jordanians, recognized Israel's invincibility and were compelled to negotiate with her from a position of palpable weakness. They learned the hard way that Israel could not be defeated on the battlefield. The real danger for Israel is to fall in love with the Iron Wall and refuse to move on to stage 2. Negotiations and compromise, which means the partition of Palestine with the Palestinians. Paradoxically, the politicians of the right, the heirs to Zeev Jabotinsky, are more prone to adopt stage 1 of the Iron Wall strategy as a permanent way of life than the politicians of the left. Yep. See stage 1 as permanent. Itzhak Shamir, who succeeded Menachem Begin as Likud leader and Prime Minister in 1983, conceived of the Iron Wall as a bulwark against change and as an instrument for keeping the Palestinians in a permanent state of subservience to Israel. He had no interest in negotiations. His aim was to preserve the integrity of the historic homeland, to keep the whole land of Israel, including Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, in Jewish hands. As Avishai Margalit once wrote in the New York Review of Books, Itzhak Shamir, oh, my neck is so sore, what the fuck, okay, is a two-dimensional man. One dimension is the length of the land of Israel, the other is its breadth. Jesus. Since his historic vision is measured in inches, it is predictable that he would not yield an inch. It was the Labour Party, Yitzhak Rabin, who took the plunge and made the transition to stage 2 by negotiating the Oslo Accord with the PLO in 1993. With the election of Benjamin Netanyahu in 1996, Israel was back to phase 1 of the Iron Wall. Yep, Bibi seen as a return to stage 1. Netanyahu did not accept the Oslo Accords. He spent 3 years in power trying to arrest, delay, and subvert the Oslo process, only to discover that it had become irreversible. The election held in May 1999 was a major landmark in the history of Israel's relations with her neighbors. The Israeli public passed a severe judgment on Netanyahu and gave Ehud Barak a clear mandate to continue the Oslo process and to proceed towards comprehensive peace in the Middle East. This is why I ended the epilogue to my book on an optimistic note, describing Barak's election as the sunrise after 3 dark and terrible years during which Israel had been led by the unreconstructed proponents of the Iron Wall. That's interesting. Political change in Israel helped to create a climate in which the new history could make further headway. The shift towards more moderate attitudes in the political arena was accompanied by growing awareness of the complex historical roots of the conflict and greater sympathy for the suffering of the Palestinian people. The two processes proceeded in parallel and reinforced one another. They were the product of greater maturity and greater self-confidence on the part of the Israeli public and its leaders. Self-righteousness and the habitual blaming of the Palestinians for their own misfortunes began to give way to a better understanding of the part played by Israel in causing the conflict and a more constructive attempt to heal the wounds of this conflict. The two official pronouncements marked the beginning of the change in early October 1999. Ehud Barak, from the podium of the Knesset, expressed on behalf of the State of Israel his regret and sympathy for the suffering of Palestinian people. Barak did not apologize, nor did he accept responsibility for Palestinian suffering. Nevertheless, his speech was significant as a first step towards a public recognition that without confronting the past, there could be no real reconciliation between Israel and the Palestinians. Yossi Sarid, the education minister, went a step further. He apologized to Israel's Arabs for the massacre carried out by the IDF soldier in the village of Kafar Qasim. In October 1956, on the eve of the Sinai campaign, Sarid accepted full responsibility for the cold-blooded killing of Arab citizens of the State of Israel that had occurred 43 years previously. He also called upon Israel's teachers to confront this dark chapter in their nation's past. Okay. Let me go down here. Okay. In relation to the Palestinians, too, there were further indications of soul-searching at the official level. Shlomo Ben Ami, the Moroccan-born and Oxford-educated foreign minister, conveyed to his cabinet ministers some home truths about the impact of the past on the present. The Prime Minister's office prepared a long list of Palestinian violations of the Oslo Accords. As reported by Akiva Eldar in Haaretz on 28th of November 2000, Ben Ami opposed the distribution of the document on the ground that accusations made by a well-established society about how a people it is oppressing is breaking rules to attain its rights do not have much credence. Oh, it's a good argument. This was a remarkably honest acknowledgement by a senior official that Israel, as the occupying power, could not set the ground rules for a people struggling for their legitimate rights. That's interesting. November 28th in Haaretz. The books by Benny Morris and me appeared during this relatively hopeful phase in the development of the peace process. Both books were first published in the United States, where they received much attention from the media and many reviews, often together. On the merits of the books, opinion was divided, but the great majority of reviewers were sympathetic and supportive, reflecting a general shift in America towards a more critical attitude to Israel. What 10 years previously had been regarded as dangerous revisionism had become almost mainstream thinking. Illustrative of this trend was a review published by Ethan Bronner on the 14th of November 1999 under the title Israel Revised Edition. The Revised Edition, sorry. Bronner is the education editor and the traditionally pro-Israeli New York Times. Yet, his article was so judicious and fair-minded, and it helped to place the two new books in their proper intellectual context. There is no question, writes Bronner, that Shleim presents compelling evidence for a re-evaluation of traditional Israeli history. His story is a bracing corrective to the somewhat mythic one told until now. Benny Morris is praised by Bronner for writing with clinical dispassion, which makes his narrative more responsible and credible. This is a first-class work of history, bringing together the latest scholarship. It is likely to stand for some time as the most sophisticated and nuanced account of the Zionist-Arab conflict from its beginnings in the 1880s. In short, this new history, as one would like it, not as part of a political or scholarly campaign, but in the genuine pursuit of complex truth. At the same time, the new books were also subjected to some fierce criticism, notably in the conservative pro-Zionist American Jewish monthlies, Commentary and New Republic. Hillel Halkin, the translator and writer, published in November 1999 issue of Commentary a long review article under the title, Was Zionism Unjust? Predictably, Halkin takes the view that Zionism was not unjust and that it is the new historians who are unjustly harsh in their treatment of this noble Enlightenment and peace-loving movement. Yet, Halkin begins his article by suggesting that the case of the new historians versus the State of Israel can be considered closed because the plaintiffs have simply dropped the main charges. Halkin was evidently relieved to discover that in our new books, Benny Morris and I are not as savage about Zionism as he expected us to be. This expectation, however, betrays a mistaken view of the purpose and nature of the new history. Halkin clings to an ID fixate, or whatever the fuck that word means. that all our critics seem to share, although they can find no evidence for it. Namely, that the new history is driven by a not-so-hidden agenda of delegitimizing Zionism and the State of Israel. Halkin's real concern is that by challenging the conventional Zionist narrative of the Israeli-Arab conflict, the new historians deprive young Israelis of pride in the achievements of their country and confidence in the justice of their cause. In this respect, too, Halkin is typical of the establishment view. Aaron Meged, the Israeli novelist, went much further in an article in Haaretz, claiming that the new historians are leading their country towards collective suicide. Okay. Bro. Meged himself can claim poetic license, but this is the kind of loose and irresponsible talk that gives paranoia a bad name. The real question is whether the facts we present are true or false. Halkin and Meged, however, do not want the facts to get in the way of the myths that have come to surround the birth of Israel. They would like school history books to continue to tell only the heroic version of Israel's creation. In effect, they are saying that in education, one has to lie for the good of the country. Patriotism, it would seem, remains the last refuge of the scoundrel. True. Patriotism, ooh. Last refuge of the motherfucker. Okay. The review published in New Republic on 29th November 1999 was written by Anita Shapira, a professor of history at Tel Aviv University who is also known as the Princess of Zionist History. The cover announces the Israeli revisionism racket, but no explanation is given as to what the racket is. The article itself has a less offensive but an equally ambiguous title. The past is not a foreign country. A keeper of the labor Zionist flame, Professor Shapira presents old history with a vengeance. Her article is a breathless and relentless 10-page diatribe against the new historians. Her tone is hysterical, her arguments are shabby, frequently imputing guilt by association, and she misrepresents my position and the position of my Confederates, as she calls them, on almost every single issue. Damn. Karen Shapira. Professor Shapira does not engage with the findings of the new history, but simply regurgitates the conventional wisdom which portrays Israel as the wronged party and as the innocent victim of Arab predators. And she takes the debate about Israel's past rather personally. Whoever dares to oppose or to criticize the pronouncement of these self-styled iconoclasts is savagely maligned, she asserts. This is simply not true. So far, most of the malice, venom, and ad hominem attacks have come from her side of the argument. Damn. Academic beef. Classic Shapira take. The one mildly interesting question raised by Professor Shapira's article is why the new history makes her and her Confederates so hot under the collar. Why she's so triggered. Their answer to this question would no doubt be that the new history is driven by a political agenda. This is a serious charge, but no evidence is brought forth to support it. The more likely explanation for the anger and aggressiveness of the old historians is that they realize that they are losing the battle for the hearts and minds of their compatriots. Professor Shapira's own article is redolent of defeat on the intellectual battlefield. Damn. Smash. But while the new history is not propelled by political motives, it has already had significant political consequences on at least 3 levels. First, it has acted as a spur to a quiet revolution on the teaching of history in most Israeli high schools. Second, it enables ordinary members of the Israeli public to understand how Arabs perceive Israel and how they view the past. Third, it presents to the Arabs an account of the conflict which they recognize as honest and genuine and in line with their own experience instead of the usual propaganda of the victors. In all these different ways, the new victory helps to create a climate on both sides of the Israeli-Arab divide, which is conducive to the continuation of the peace process. As Bishop Tutu pointed out in South African context, it is difficult to know what to forgive unless we know what happened. That's a really good quote. I'm just going to put that in for its own sake. Tutu. Might use that for a video, who knows? In the Middle East, as in South Africa, it is necessary to understand the past in order to go forward. It is melancholy to have to add that the breakdown of the peace process, the outbreak of the Al-Aqsa Intifada, and the rise to power of Ariel Sharon at the head of the Likud-dominated government in February 2001 have resulted in a swing away from the new history towards the old history. 6 months before the election, Sharon was asked what changes he thought the educational system needed. Sharon replied, "I would like them to study the history of the people of Israel and the land of Israel. The children must be taught Jewish Zionist values, and the new historians must not be taught." Okay, underlying this reply was a sense widely shared amongst the country's conservatives that the new historians have undermined patriotic values and young people's confidence in the justice of their cause. Sharon's aim was to nullify the effect of the new historians and to reassert traditional values in the education system. Damn. Whoops. Israel. Okay. Likud's return to power brought in its wake a regression to fundamentalist positions in relation to the Palestinians and the reassertion of a narrow nationalist perspective on Israeli history. Limor Livnat, the education minister, launched an all-out offensive against the new history, post-Zionism, and all other manifestations of what she views as the defeatism and appeasement that paved the way to the Oslo Accord. In the Jerusalem Post on 26th of January 2001, she published an article, or rather an electoral manifesto, under the title "Back to the Iron Wall." Wow. Wow. Ms. Livnat accused the left of lying to the public about the Oslo process that was secretly and illegally initiated by Yossi Beilin in 1992. She failed to explain, however, why a diplomatic process initiated by a deputy foreign minister in a democratically elected government is illegal. The central theme of the article is the contrast between the pacifism of the left and the realism of the right. The ideology underlying Oslo was the direct opposite of the Iron Wall strategy, which had guided the policy of Israel's leaders since the establishment of the state. Jabotinsky only stated the obvious when he claimed that the Arabs will never willingly accept the existence of a Jewish state in their midst, but that only an iron wall of deterrence and military strength would lower their aspiration to destroy Israel. Ms. Livnat goes on to warn against the false belief that preaching pacifism and abandoning some of Zionism's national claims would be enough to end the Arab-Israeli conflict. The doctrine of the permanent conflict is stated even more forcefully in the conclusion. It is time for Israel to rebuild the Iron Wall that will once again convince the Arabs that neither military threats nor terrorism will weaken Israel's determination to protect the rights and freedom of the Jewish people. The Iron Wall, however, will not be rebuilt as long as Prime Minister Ehud Barak is in power. Whoa. Ms. Livnat's summary of the strategy of the Iron Wall is so crude and simplistic that one is bound to wonder whether she ever read the writings of Jabotinsky. Has she read Jabotinsky's work, she might have realized that he was not a proponent of the doctrine of permanent conflict between the Zionists and the Palestinians, but an advocate of negotiations from strength in order to end the conflict. Like other prominent members of her party, Ms. Livnat treats the Iron Wall as an end in itself rather than a means to an end, a satisfactory resolution on the conflict between Zionism and Palestinian nationalism. The policy she advocates can only lead to more violence and more bloodshed. As long as she, and people who think like her, remain in power, Jabotinsky's strategy is unlikely to be carried out to its logical conclusion. One of the obstacles to reconciliation through strength with the Palestinians is precisely the kind of over-reliance on military force and disdain for diplomacy that Ms. Livnat exemplifies. In this respect, the new history is not part of the problem, but part of the solution. Okay. That's a good article. And I think maybe Israel's behavior in Gaza right now is very much an indication of people being stuck in stage 1 in phase 1 of the Iron Wall, eh? Because it's not like they're planning to let things get worse before they get better or anything like that, you know? Anyway, I'm going to paste this article in the chats. The chat does. There's the chat. And there's the chat. It's funny because I felt like I had that take when I was in that panel with Destiny and Quibbles. I basically gave that argument. Although I didn't really know what the fuck I was referring to. I knew the thing about, oh, we need to be stronger, because that's what they parodied that shit for a while. But yeah. Okay, nice one. Iron Wall versus Land for Peace. In a word, yeah. All right, donos, of which we need more, you cuck bitches. All right, let's see. I mean bastards, sorry. Oh, I didn't even get any more. Oh, well. I really hope that ADHD meds will make me better at reading articles on stream, because I can do it for a while off stream, but doing it on stream is just like one of the things I don't want to do. Please try to have a conversation with Vouch on the issue. I don't think Vouch wants to. Okay, maybe I'll ask. But he did tell me he wasn't really interested in talking to people about it, so I don't know.
I'll just shut that down.
Hello.
Oh, hey. Sorry, I'll just turn off the stream. Hey, Lonerbucks.
Hey.
Letting me in. Cool channel, by the way.
Thanks.
Following you for like a year or two, and you keep me kind of centered a little bit when things like what happened in Israel happened. I would have a tendency to get a little bit emotional about it, but it's good to have people around that remind you kind of to think about it properly. So
cool.
Thanks. Yeah, actually, as a first question, I'm curious, how do you choose to bring people in?
Random. It's arbitrary.
Right, okay. Yeah. You might want to like have like I don't know, like a queue or something. I think I saw Gutterman there yesterday with me. We were like sitting here for 2 hours or something.
Yeah. We already get so many people in there that we'd like, yeah, I just kind of have to, maybe I can get like a mod to sit in there with you guys if they want to do that, but that would be
right, yeah.
Someone working for free.
I guess there's not enough people for that, right? I get it. Yeah, so yeah, I saw that. I mentioned it in a super chat. I saw on France 24 a documentary. There's an interview with one of the journalists there with a doctor who's working in Al Shifa, mentioning that there were areas that were locked off, things like that. I mean, the person was anonymous though. So who knows? You never know. Like, I mean, you would have to. I guess it's the journalists who put their name behind it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So wait, there's BBC journalist who said, but she. Oh, is it the woman? Was it the woman journalist?
Woman journalist. Yeah, on France 24. I'm not sure what her name was. I can send you the link somewhere if you want.
Yeah, because I can't find it right now.
Where could I send the link?
Just DM me. Click my name and send it in there.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's around 8 minutes or something. I think I have a timestamp there, but that's not on purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's the thing. I'm kind of interested because, like, there's a lot, like the Red Crescent or MSF. There's a lot of organizations that are working inside Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't seen anyone from them talk or say anything about Hamas. And I guess it might be because they probably want to stay in Gaza, and that might cause some trouble, right? That's one thought I had, right? But I was curious what you think.
I don't know. I mean, I've heard stuff in the past, people talking about Hamas like coercing people when they're giving interviews and shit like that, but I don't know what I don't really know what the evidence is of it or how strong those claims are, but yeah, that's the thing. It's there's not a lot of information. I mean, of course, right now with the intense bombing, I guess, but it's kind of for me, it's a little frustrating. It feels like it's a bit of a blackout. I don't know. Maybe I'm not watching the right news channels, or the only thing I see that seems to have like a lot of reporting from Gaza is Al Jazeera.
but I really don't trust them. They seem to be very opinionated.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's good to just to look at everything, right? But
Yeah. And don't forget the fog of war. If you've been watching me for 2 years, don't forget the
right,
fog of
yeah.
war.
Yeah, what else? I think yesterday or something you mentioned something about Russian propaganda talking about Ukraine using human shields. I know that's definitely a thing. I have some, family friends, let's call them, from Ukraine who are actually pro-Russian, and they tell stories like of tanks sitting in kindergartens and coming out to shoot and then hiding back in the kindergarten. Things like that. I have no, I can't confirm if that's true or not. It just as a point of, it's definitely propaganda that's going through to people. The human shield thing, which is interesting. Yeah, what else? Yeah, I understand you mentioned before, like with Al Shifa, right? Is that the name of the hospital?
Yeah.
Al Shifa, yeah. Probably it's going to be hard to make any kind of opinions. I think everyone, I mean, for me at least personally, when something this dramatic is happening, you kind of want to know up front if Israel is doing something really bad. You want there to be justice, and there's also a lot of concern, I think, for things happening and then being covered up, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of opportunity for that. So I think that's why there's such a focus, right? No one wants to miss if something bad happens. I don't know how much Israel is kind of keeping a lockdown on Gaza. I mean, they're definitely doing something with communications, right? It's very hard to get in contact. So I get, as they control water and stuff like that, I'm guessing they have control over internet access. Actually, I'm not even sure. I don't know if you know.
I think they do. I think they shut it off, but I don't know how everyone's getting their internet in Gaza. I don't know.
There's definitely some journalists who are able to call out. Yeah, but that's also what I don't know. Have you seen some good journalism from Gaza? Like some people talking, some people bringing kind of some information about what's happening. It's very rare for me to see it actually. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that BBC journalist going into going to look at some of the weapon stockpiles, but yeah, that was it. Yeah, I haven't really seen that much. I've been trying to focus more on the history stuff just because the war is just so, trying to get information on it is just so cancerous.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But is it me or the information? At least I feel like. I mean, I don't know if this is just when you look at Ukraine, the information was a lot clearer. I feel like there was a lot better information. I mean, of course, when Russia was Bucha was in Bucha, right? There were even rumors that were coming out already that there was something happening there.
Well, it's harder and more dangerous for journalists to go into Gaza, right? I guess that's the big problem. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's something. Yeah, that's kind of what's happening, and so yeah, it's. I think it's. Well, I would prefer to be like in Ukraine where the information is a little bit better. I feel like you could form opinions much better than here, right? Especially with the death tolls. Like I looked at, I mean, this is all speculation, of course, but looking at the war in 2014, comparing what the ratio of actual, militia being killed versus civilians. I think the highest number I found was like 40%. Now, I don't think you could transfer that to this. Civilian death might be much higher now, right? I don't think it's transferable, especially since the numbers were around 2,000 people. So I think it's a different ballgame. But
okay,
yeah. What else? I did have something. I saw also a reporter mentioned that there's been more journalist deaths in Gaza throughout this war than the whole war in Ukraine. Going back to,
Wow.
So I guess that is definitely one of the reasons why not getting a lot of information.
Yeah, if I had to choose, I'd probably rather report in Ukraine than Gaza, to be honest.
Yeah. Right.
You're a bit squished in Gaza, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I guess I just had a bunch of comments to come in with. Not many questions, but yeah, I find it. I would like to see a little bit more transparency about how Hamas is working. So a lot of the organizations like MSF and stuff, I think I know why they're being quiet. First of all, they're not there to be political. I mean, I guess they might be in some ways political. They are actually.
Yeah.
They're pretty, like, even Red Crescent and everything. They are kind of political. So they are in a way, but they tend to shy away from taking a position in a war, which makes total sense, right? Based on what they're doing. On the other hand, I'm a little worried that they're kind of they're maybe not bringing up things like that, like Hamas putting pressure on them, or you know, they're not willing to comment on those things. And,
I really don't know.
Because they do work. So a lot of, like, for example, those doctors, they work in Al Shifa. So if they're or in any of these hospitals, so if there is that kind of activity, I don't think you can hide it to the point where you don't even know it's happening, right? I really doubt that would be the case. But on the other hand, it could just mean that there's nothing happening, right? There's nothing there, right? That's also the other possibility. So it's like, it's not like we know. But yeah. And if you would listen to a lot of MSF doctors and stuff, that they kind of go in that direction. But I don't know. I'm a little suspicious, though, that it's more because they don't want to affect people there, so they can continue to do their job. But yeah. I guess it's not their job to do that anyway. So, but yeah. Okay, thanks for letting me on, Motorbox.
Right.
Cool channel. Yeah, I'll see you.
All right, see you soon. Thanks. Cool. Let's bring this other person in. Whew. Oh, now everyone wants to pile in. Okay, I see how it goes. Was that a reasonable move? Probably. All right, where's Gutterman? How's it going?
It's going all right. Give me a second. I gotta mute the stream.
Oh.
Is my mic volume okay?
I think so.
All right. Yeah, that's good. No, I mean, I just, listening to the coverage and whatnot. Wanted to cover like two things. First of all, when people were talking about Osama bin Laden having porn, they're referring to the U.S. recovered a bunch of hard drives when they killed him. On one of the hard drives that was on the computer that was used by Osama bin Laden, his 2 adult sons, as well as his kids, there was like a bunch of pornography on there, including like Bible Black. So, yeah, so like just that's what they were referring to when they said he had porn. Secondly, I think I just kind of want to discuss sort of Iranian-Israeli relations, because I think a lot of people have these sort of misapprehensions in terms of why and what Iran is doing in the region.
Okay.
Just in general, I think, like, obviously the Iranian government's fucking terrible. It's incredibly corrupt, incredibly oppressive, incredibly violent. But like, let's get that out of the way, just because people tend to, let's just say there's people on the left who defend Iran when they really fucking shouldn't.
Okay.
Mainly that Iran, the reason, like, I think there's this perception in the media, especially in the ways they cover Hamas and Hezbollah, that they are basically extensions of the Iranian state, which isn't really what Iran is doing in the region. And I think that's kind of, it implies a sort of different reality than what's actually going on, especially with Hamas. Like Hezbollah, they have quarreled with Iran in the past. They have done things Iran didn't want them to do in the past. I think specifically with the hostage taking, they had quite the confrontation over that back in the 90s, if I remember correctly. Okay. But Hamas, Iran does not, there's no indication that Iran exerts any real kind of control over Hamas, right? Okay. Hamas does not seem to take any kind of order from Iran on anything, which makes sense. Obviously, they are only loosely ideologically connected. They do not really share many of the same goals beyond the destruction of Israel. And that is why I think, like, especially when we saw immediately in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks, I think a member of Netanyahu's government had come out and said that Iran definitely planned it. There was, like, I think Alex Jones was going off about how Iran did it.
Yeah, of course.
When there's really no indication that Iran actually knew anything about these attacks, especially because if they were communicating with Hezbollah and Iran, for one thing, we would have seen Hezbollah make a use of the fact that the Israeli military was caught off guard and rushing forces of the south to do something at Sheba Farms, which they didn't. And then on top of that, Israel was paying a lot more attention to Hezbollah. I think Ronan Bergman did a lot of really good reporting on how the Israeli intelligence failures happened, and they were focusing a lot on Hezbollah and Iran with their intelligence gathering, and they simply didn't really focus on Hamas. But if Hamas was communicating their plans for the 7th with Iran and with Hezbollah, that probably would have been detected by Israel. So there's very little evidence that there was any kind of coordination between the two groups, and the two groups don't even really like each other that much, right?
Okay.
And I just, I think.
So I know that Iran have between 2011 and 14, they withheld funding to Hamas because Hamas didn't take a stance against. They didn't take a stand on Syria, right? Because they wanted.
Yes.
To defend. Assad,
that was
right?
one of the reasons.
Yeah.
I think it's so again, right? The main reason why Iran sends Hamas weapons. Well, first of all, it's very cheap, right? The cost of, a bunch of rockets and like simple assault rifles, that's actually not that expensive for Iran, right? In the grand scheme of things, Iran does not have a lot of money, but for a cost per dollar, like in terms of the effect they have on the geopolitical stage for the dollar spent, giving Hamas a bunch of guns helps them misdirect Israeli attention away from them trying to establish influence in both Lebanon and Syria, because Israel is actively involved in conflicts in both those countries, right? With they've been bombing various installations in Syria for quite a while. Obviously Lebanon is a whole thing, and that is the main reason, in my opinion, why Iran supports Hamas. It isn't really anything ideological. It's solely to distract Israel and divert Israeli resources away from Lebanon and Syria.
Okay.
So I think that's sort of like. And the reason I say this is because Iranian foreign policy, generally speaking, is very realpolitik, where while they do come across as very zealous and obviously they say a bunch of batshit things, they don't really reflect that in how they run their foreign policy. And I think Meir Dagan, who was like the former head of Mossad, said it very well when he fucking quit Bibi's government, that the Iranians are not irrational. And I think that's very true. They have their foreign policy, especially in the wake of the Iran-Iraq war, has been very focused on establishing a solid regional power base. That means that they effectively have military control over a sizable chunk of the region, right? That is their principal goal, and that is what they've taken every step to do. And that includes, for instance, working with Israel. In the past, they worked with Israel to attack the Osirak nuclear reactor, right? The Israelis got... Right? Yeah, that was during the Iran-Iraq war, where Iran attempted to bomb the site. They were unable to effectively destroy the site, and they passed along. This got revealed much later, basically when an Israeli, I think, former diplomat released a bunch of the cables, that Iran gave Israel a bunch of the reconnaissance photographs they had taken of the site, the information they had on Iraq's air defenses, and just a whole bunch of military information that allowed Israel to launch the attack on the Osirak nuclear reactor and destroy it.
I did not know that. So Iran helped Israel destroy an Iraqi nuclear site.
Yeah, it's in, I think Ronan Bergman covers it in his book, Rise and Kill First, which is very good. I would recommend reading that just because he does a lot of very good reporting. He has a lot of context inside Israeli intelligence. And he does cover it pretty well. No, it's not on Wikipedia. I'm sorry.
Fuck. So you checked?
Yeah. It's in the book. I have the book.
Okay. But I'm not going to find that information on the wiki. That's really disappointing. Shit.
Okay. No, you will actually find that information is on the wiki for the.
Oh, okay. That's what I meant. Okay. Yeah, that's what I mean.
No, they definitely did that. Because again, in that time period, Israel's biggest threat wasn't Iran, and the biggest threat was Saddam. And things have obviously changed since then, but Iran has consistently acted mainly on realpolitik, which is why I think in a lot of American media perceptions of Iran, they act like the actions of Iran are nonsensical when they really are. For instance, Iran backing Armenia, who are a bunch of Christians, versus a Shia majority country like Azerbaijan. The reason Iran did that was because Azerbaijan is closely connected with Israel and Turkey, who are their regional power rivals, and they want to establish regional power control over the Caucasus. So they backed Armenia in that conflict solely because of that, not out of any really religious or zealotry-based foreign policy, right? Their foreign policy has consistently been very realpolitik, and if you're trying to understand why Iran does what it does, that is the best way to look at it, is what are they gaining on the geopolitical stage to become a regional power.
Okay.
In the same way that they don't really, like, their alliance with Russia is mostly an alliance of convenience, and also selling arms to Russia is one of their few sources of foreign currency. So they don't really trust the Russians. Like, the Soviet Union attempted to annex parts of Iran in 1946. Like, they have a very rough history with the Russians and do not trust them. They are mostly using the Russians currently, which is why they are backing their conflict in Ukraine. It isn't out of any real ideological or genuine support for Russia.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think that's important to note. And like, I just think there's like a lot of coverage on Iran that misses a lot of facts about the way Iranian society is structured, the way that they function, which, especially given that they're kind of the big boogeyman, a lot of people really need to do more research on why and how does Iran do the things they do, because I think that is really important to understand why they are backing Hamas, why they are backing Hezbollah. And honestly, like, from a religious perspective, right, they think the Alawites are a bunch of heretics because they follow the wrong branch of 12 for Shia Islam. They think Hezbollah, I believe Hezbollah is mostly split between Alawites and more traditional Ismaili Shia Islam, but not entirely certain about that. I forget which branch Nasrallah is from, but they have significant religious differences between them as compared to the religious differences between Iraq Shias, who mostly follow the same branches of Shia Islam as they do, because obviously they are much regionally much closer, and they both converted to Shia Islam around the same time during the Safavid dynasty. But they don't, this idea that Iran is functioning as this North Korea-esque power that is completely unhinged kind of misses the point that Iran has consistently functioned in a more realpolitik manner. And I think that's something that you can't just hand wave away. You can't just say, oh, why are they supporting Hamas? Well, it's because they hate Israel. They support Hamas in part because they hate Israel, but it's mostly to distract Israel from Lebanon and Syria. So I think that's just, yeah.
Interesting. All right. That was very informative. You've been around for a while, haven't you, Cosmonaut? You've been around this stream for a while, right? Not just making that up.
Cosmonaut?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, I've confused you with someone else. Oh, no, because someone else has a name. Okay,
fine.
Shit. Sorry. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, I have done a lot of research into Iranian history. Like, there are a lot of aspects. Like, so for instance, which I find really funny that leftists support Iran because, or I say leftist tankies, because the Iranian ruling class is like the most, and Marx would have a conniption fit if he saw anybody who said they follow his beliefs supporting Iran, because the Iranian ruling class, and this goes back a very, very long time, there is a close connection between the Bazari, sort of the bourgeois class in Iran, and the Shia clergy, mostly because the Shia clergy, through a weird system of tithing set up under the Safavids, basically became one and the same with the bourgeois. And that Bazari subculture is really important to the functioning of Iran. That's why, for instance, Iran has these a lot of their economy is composed of what are effectively religious nonprofits, but are in effect corporations which aren't taxed, which is partly why people say the Iranian government is very corrupt, because those religious nonprofits are all owned by senior mullahs in the government. That actually goes back a very long way in Iranian history. That is not a new phenomenon. It's just been formalized and given official government protection under the Ayatollah. So, yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know. I mean, I would recommend, it would be an interesting topic, just 'cause I see a lot of lefties discuss it, even though they don't know shit about it, is the Mosaddegh coup, because that is a very interesting piece of foreign policy. It goes back to, like I said, the Soviet Union invading Iran in 1946, the break up the British Empire, the growth of Middle Eastern nationalist movements. There's a lot of very interesting things with that Mossadegh coup that would make a good video. But
was it in fact America bad?
It was more British bad, and then the Dulles brothers came in and went fucking psycho mode.
Yeah.
Because actually, you can look. There are the American CIA documents, like they wrote as they, like the mission reports and status reports they were as they did Operation Ajax, got FOIA'd, and you can get them on the National Security Archive. And it's very interesting to see in these like diplomatic cables, like senior members of the CIA basically shit talking the British and saying like they say a bunch of really nasty shit about the British, basically making fun of them, which is very weird to see in official documents. But yeah, no, that coup. And also, it's important to note too that coup wasn't just, you know, a bunch of fucking SEALs went in and killed Mossadegh. Like that coup was mainly functioned. What the U.S. did was they coordinated between the military and that Bazari group, which included the religious leaders who would go on to form the core of the 79 revolution. They coordinated between those two groups to make sure they didn't interfere with each other and that they would back each other in overthrowing Mossadegh. That was primarily what Ajax was.
Okay.
So,
huh.
Along with bribing a bunch of people, because that's what the U.S. does. So
interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I mean that's about it. I do like your coverage of Israel. I think a lot of lefties, for some fucking reason, like to defend Hamas, even though, again, like going back to Hezbollah, like if you're talking about using violence in a revolutionary capacity, we have other examples in the region, right? Like Hezbollah doesn't do things like October 7th. They will do some horrible shit, but generally speaking, they limit themselves, at least since 96, to military targets outside of the 2006 war, where they did some retaliatory attacks after Israel bombed the Beirut airport, but that was a whole different thing.
Yeah, because they were pushing out an invasion, right? Yeah, it's a bit different. So their targets were IDF, yeah.
Yeah, because it's like Hamas targeting civilians, especially at the scale they target civilians, is distinct. Like, even at the height of PLO violence, I think the biggest events were probably like Entebbe, in terms of like number of civilians involved, like, and the occasional bus bombings. I also think there's a part of the conflict which is really isn't talked about, which is sort of the border conflicts between the Fedayeen and the IDF throughout from like 48 to like 67. That whole period is like really not discussed, even though it's very important, especially in terms of developing the Arab-Israeli conflict. And also things like the Kibbutz massacre, where Ariel Sharon killed like 60-something Palestinian civilians. Just a whole lot of bloody shit happened during that period, which is very important to discuss sort of the lead up to 67. So
yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, no. I mean, like the coverage, just giving you a bunch of videos to make. Have fun.
Thanks. I'm sure I'll get right on it. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
Okay.
Good talking to you.
Cool. I'll speak to you soon. All right. Bye bye. Yeah, I know everyone wants to name all the massacres now, but yeah, Kibbutz and Sabra Shatila, those were both Sharon's massacres. Yes. They belong to Mr. Sharon. All right, let's do one more. Fuck. Cosmonaut, hello.
Hello?
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going? You called the last guy Cosmonaut.
Yeah, I know. I just
you?
like mixed things up because I knew someone was called Cosmonaut, but didn't actually have the name showing up.
Yeah, it's I went. No, you're good. I went ahead and put it in my name.
Epic fuck up. You have been around for a while.
Yeah,
right?
I was super active in this server during like COVID-19 back when it was like a very different community.
Yeah, it was. Fuck me.
Yeah, that's probably what you knew me from.
What do you think of that? The changes?
Oh man. Okay. So, gosh, I'm really okay. A part of me is sad because I'm nostalgic for those days, but also part of me is so fucking glad you shut all that shit down, because that was like the most stereotypical like cringe Discord friend group on the planet. I don't know.
We had a few bad eggs. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It was just like, yeah, no. It was. I'm glad that era is over for you. I haven't really watched your content in a really long time. You're how down are you to talk about something that's not related to geopolitics at all?
Depends on what it is.
Okay. So I've been okay. So I'm gonna. It's mostly like culture war garbage. I've been a fan of you, like a really big fan, since I was like 17.
Okay.
And I'm like 20 now. So I've been watching you basically since your like first video.
Wow.
And I kind of always associated with like you as a figure as like a kind of like a left wing like straight white male figure that was like kind of like a positive influence on like people like me. Would you say that's kind of like accurate whenever it comes to like culture related stuff?
Yeah, I guess so. Like an ally. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, like an ally, basically.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm really nervous. There's like 500 people listening, but
650 if you count Twitch.
Oh, damn. That's exciting. So the reason why I wanted to call in is because over the last year, I've been very like far left for the majority of my life, and I'm very young, and like a lot of people discount my political opinions and journey just like off of that. But over the past year, I've started to take a really hard swing to the right. And like I took the 8 values test recently, and it told me that I was a fascist, which I do not identify as at all. But I've wanted to like reach out to somebody on the left and like have a dialogue and just be like what happened, and because
Okay.
I feel like I kind of owe it to my old self, because like being like so incredibly anti-fascist for so long, and just like kind of seeing where I'd be coming, and it's really difficult because like I've tried talking to a lot of different people in like Destiny's community, for example, and like I've had multiple different people like just like yell at me to kill myself, basically.
Whoa.
Whenever I say my opinions on stuff, and yeah, so I don't know. This is really spontaneous, so I thought I'd hop in here, and I thought it might be an interesting conversation.
Okay. What kind of right-wing opinions have you been adopting?
Mostly have been kind of dropping a lot of my feminist opinions, and feminism was kind of the thing that got me into left-wing politics.
Okay.
So like once that domino fell, like a lot of other stuff kind of fell. And I was kind of wondering if you would be interested in having like a man-to-man dialogue, as like somebody who like considers himself an ally to somebody who like kind of used to be but is kind of starting to identify more with like
can I ask a really fucking brazen question?
Ask.
You went from 17 to 20, right? When this happened.
Yes, sir.
Did your change in feminist takes have anything to do with dating or lack thereof?
Absolutely. And none of this like I won't say it's not like I like was like looking at data and like reading stuff or like like reading books and stuff like that's what I used to do whenever I got into like feminism and stuff. But the things that made me like start shifting right were just like existing and interacting with women, basically. And like it just kind of sucked. It just kind of sucks because like my parents always told me growing up that I would become more conservative as I got older. And now I'm getting older and I'm becoming more conservative. So are you interested in kind of hearing my experiences? Like,
yeah, let's do it. Let's hear about what made you less feminist.
Okay. Okay, cool. And yeah, this isn't going to be like a hyper intellectual conversation. This is very culture war-ish. So, feel free to shut it down at any time. But these are just me speaking from my own personal experiences. But okay, so whenever I was a sophomore or like growing up, I was always like really fat. And whenever I was a sophomore in high school, I lost like 50 pounds, and like over the course of like 8 months. And I came back, and that was during COVID. And I came back during my junior year, and I like realized, like, I had this like moment where I realized, it was like, oh my God, I have all this power, because everybody treated me like so incredibly different all of a sudden. Now that I wasn't like really overweight, and I'm a really charismatic person, and I basically just realized that I was just really good with women, and I had never realized that before, and I kind of became like a fuckboy, basically. This is probably the opposite of what you're expecting. You're probably expecting like an incel story.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, but like I had like a lot of casual sex in high school. There was, at the end of my senior year, there was a 3-month period that I hooked up with like 5 different girls, and which like for a high schooler is a lot. And I after going through all of those experiences, I just kind of I came to a conclusion first, which was just that like I didn't think that there was any possible way to ethically like engage in hookup culture anymore for myself, because I kind of came to this conclusion after having all these experiences with women that like men and women were so fundamentally different that there would be no way to like just like ethically like exchange sex, like casual sex, the way that like the free love movement kind of described those boundaries. Does that make sense?
No. So why do you think? So let's say the guy and a girl hook up, and they both know that it's casual. They both consent
Right.
to it. They all both understand the boundaries.
Right.
Where does the unethical part come in?
So this is me speaking entirely from my own personal experience. But so the reason why I like started to be able to get around so much was I kind of like founded this reputation as like the fuckboy in my classes. And I realized as I was hooking up with girls that like it didn't seem like they were interested in having casual sex like at all for the same reason that I was.
Okay.
Where for me it was just like entirely wanting to just like satisfy just like my lust, basically. And for them it was like a really complex social game. And it like if I were to ever like hook up with a girl and they got the inclination that I didn't enjoy it, even if I did enjoy it, they like because I like wasn't able to like finish or something like that, you know, they would get really, really bitter towards me. And I had a few different experiences where like a couple of girls, and they just got extremely bitter towards me for like, because they got this idea that I didn't enjoy having sex with them. And it kind of made me lead to this conclusion that it didn't feel like they were seeking out casual sex because they wanted to have sex with me. It seemed like they were seeking out casual sex because they were looking for like some sort of validation from like the fuckboy and their grade. Does that make sense?
I like I don't really know. I think the problem is that women are obviously expected to satisfy the guy during sex. Like that's a much more of an expectation than it is the other way around, right? Like, it's very rare a
Right.
man's gonna be like, "Oh no, did she come?" Like, especially when you're like fucking 20 years old, right? Yeah, and I imagine with women, there's gonna be insecurity there at that young age. Like, they're still figuring shit out as well. But I don't know. Like, I'd imagine probably women are, if they're having sex, they probably want pleasure as well. They're just maybe not as likely to automatically expect it because they probably get let down enough times that.
Okay, that's an
not quite the
interesting
same.
perspective. I never really considered that before. So do you think, like, do you genuinely think that, like, whenever a guy and a girl are like hooking up casually, that like blank slate, they're typically expecting the same thing out of the experience?
I think both, depending on who you are, both people might want validation. I definitely wouldn't put it past guys to just to go for someone because they want the validation. Yeah, maybe you don't get that, but lots of guys do. Like, lots and lots and lots. That's like the whole fucking red pill thing. Is they're all just very, you know about them? You know much about the red pill creators?
Yeah, I do. The thing that got me into like being a fuckboy actually was listening to Destiny's whole like red pill arc, where he was like giving like all this advice on like casual sex and hooking up and stuff. And I just kind of like, I was like, what if I applied this? And yeah.
But you don't feel like you're doing it for validation, right?
I genuinely didn't feel like I was.
Okay. Well, that's not
because I did not, I really did not give less of a shit about like about like the other person. Like it was entirely for me it was just
well,
just
that
like a way
maybe makes sense because you said you got into it quite easily and you probably haven't, like, maybe you just haven't been because I guess with a lot of guys you're more used to getting rejected quite a bit, first of all, especially in high school, and that's maybe why validation is more important to some guys than it is to you.
Yeah, I guess.
But that's not a fundamental man versus woman thing, just so you know. I guarantee it won't be too hard for you to find a woman who wants casual sex because she wants pleasure, right?
I don't know. I don't know. Man.
Okay, look, do you put the effort in? Do you try to make sure she fucking comes as well, or does that not matter to you?
I mean, it matters to me in the sense that it's like it's way more enjoyable if like I know that both parties are enjoying it.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me in the sense that like I want like I'm gonna be super embarrassed, you know, if she, you know, right?
Yeah.
Like it's like the whole point of a hookup is it's just like something fun and casual to do.
Well,
so
I guess that's the difference. I think I feel like women have a lot more pressure to like pleasure than the other way around. But you know,
do you think that that's something intrinsic about women, or do you think that that's?
I don't know how that could be intrinsic to about women. Probably not.
Why do you say probably not though?
I think just it's hard to tell because it's been like a social thing for so long, right?
In what?
And also, like I guess because with like making a man finish is, I guess generally people find it easier, but
I just feel like it's something that people kind of take for granted, that the idea that like women behave in certain ways like because of like social pressures and expectations. And I don't know, I feel like I've had so many different experiences where like it was just like so consistently that like I don't know, like I really feel like I've never met a woman who was like actually genuinely interested in just like casual sex. Like maybe I just haven't like socialized enough. But I'm at this point now where like I don't play that game anymore, basically, because I feel bad about it. I feel like no matter what I'm doing, like in the interaction, if I'm going around hooking up with women, like it's just not like ethical. Like it's like at the end of the day, like they're being damaged by that interaction, no matter how I go about it.
I mean, again, they might
Like,
be you know, 20s, maybe it's still a young and stupid age, but they're adults, you know, they can make their own decisions.
That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. I mean, the young and stupid thing is a fair.
Have you ever had these conversations with any of them? Have you ever been like, did you just do that for pleasure, or did you just do it for validation, or what?
I've had this conversation with a lot of different women. Not any of the women that I've hooked up with. I have a lot of girlfriends, and I've talked to them about like why do they like have sex in general. And like they'll like I'll meet a woman and she'll swear up and down that she has casual sex because she just like enjoys it. But then if you look at like the people, like her patterns, like she'll only ever want to hook up with like one guy, and she's usually like very obviously secretly like madly in love with this person and just like wants a relationship with them. Like it's like the whole like situationship.
I don't know how consistent
Dynamic.
that kind of dynamic is.
It might just be a coincidence that I've come across that dynamic like a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you're 20 years old, right? You probably haven't met like the widest variety of people, and you're probably still figuring stuff out as well.
Yeah, but I am like a super social person though.
Are you gonna stop now that you found it unethical to do casual sex?
I have stopped. Yeah,
Okay.
I have stopped. I stopped a long time ago. Yeah. Another like another like reason why I like stopped is because like I guess like TW, like sexual assault, but like my ex-girlfriend at the time, like my ex-girlfriend before we got together, she like had this experience where she like hooked up with a guy, and it was like we talked about it, and she was like she couldn't really like distinguish whether or not it was rape, like what happened. And I don't know, that was just like a really, really traumatic experience for me. Like having that conversation with her, and I was just like, holy fuck, like I just don't even wanna. I like the idea that I could put somebody else in that situation. Like it made me start like really overthinking like every single hookup I had ever had, you know, like.
Well, because you don't want to be the guy who does consent wrong or whatever the fuck.
Exactly. Yeah.
Have you tried to compensate for that? Like communicate more, or?
Well, I feel like this is another thing that kind of blackpilled me a little bit. Is like I do, whenever I do hook up, or did, because I don't do this anymore, but like whenever I was like being a fuckboy, I would always like try to get like the quote unquote like enthusiastic consent.
Yeah.
The thing is that in my experience is that girls hated that. Like they hated that.
Well,
they always
fuck them. I don't know. I don't want to deal with someone who's gonna like be like, yeah.
So you would agree with Destiny that like women need to be more willing to like give like enthusiastic consent in general.
I again, like, even though I'm about 12 years older than you, I've never had this problem. I've never had someone who's like, unless I know them quite well and they have like a bit of a like CNC thing or anything. But no, usually it's like, it's
What's
always quite
CNC?
consensual non-consent. But that's after I've known someone for a while that they'll start to know that they like that kind of thing. And even then, I'm not too sure about that. But with people who like fucking yeah, I've never had an issue with thinking like this consent isn't enthusiastic enough. I don't know. But maybe it's just different across cultures. Yeah. Or
I
if someone actually does want it, but they just don't want to give enthusiastic consent, they're just not getting it. Fuck 'em. I'm not putting myself. I'm too autistic to fucking navigate that bullshit. So yeah.
I feel you.
I'm just saying. Let's say. Huh?
I was just gonna say, like you were talking about culture. I live in the deep South in America, so you know. Anyways, carry on.
I thought deep South Americans would be more open about things rather than trying to be ambiguous. But if you let's say they are just with you for fucking validation. What's wrong with that?
That's fucked up.
Why?
because they're not, because the entire premise that because that destroys people. That like destroys people pretty much. Having sex to get validation from somebody else like that. I have been in situations where like not with girls but like with men that like I was like really really into that like yeah no and that's like yeah no I don't yeah I'm sorry, just like from my experience, like having sex with someone because you want their validation is just like it's just really negative. Because it's like I don't know, it's like you gaslight yourself into consent.
I mean, it's still consent. It's just consent for a different reason.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
Like I could say that casual sex is like, why is it any less bad than just wanting pleasure from someone? Like they're a piece of meat, you know. You can make anything sound bad if you want.
Right, but that's. I mean, I don't even think that actually sounds that bad. The pleasure,
the piece of meat thing.
Yeah, the piece of meat thing. I don't think that sounds that bad because that's like the entire premise of casual sex. Is it like the person you don't care about that person at all? They're just a body, and you're like both agreeing to like treat each other that way.
I feel like my own impression of casual sex is that there's still an emotional factor to it, right? Like you probably got on with each other beforehand, and there was something there, just not something you want to pursue into a relationship. I don't know.
Yeah.
And you are like, again, even this as part of that connection is like you're validating each other, you know?
Yeah, I feel that. I don't know.
What I would be careful of, because I don't know if I'm not gonna try and change your mind about anything right now. I'm just saying, like, I know.
No, this is exactly the conversation I was hoping that we could have.
And I'm sure you do feel like you're kind of how do I say this? People who are 20 feel like they've kind of figured it all out, right? Or they've done basically most of it. Like you keep saying a long time ago to things that probably happened like 2 years ago.
Yeah, no, I completely recognize the Dunning-Kruger effect. That's the premise of this conversation. Is that like I'm trying to like you know, like recalibrate a little bit, if that makes sense.
But also
I see
it makes me wonder.
How far I've gone.
Here's a question. You said you asked other women about the reasons that they have sex, like casual sex and the validation stuff.
Yeah.
Is there a reason you never asked the people you actually had casual sex with?
Honestly, it's because every single time I had casual sex with someone, the relationship just became so fucking weird after that. That like, because like the girls that I was hooking up with, they weren't like, you know, girls that I was meeting on Tinder. These were like girls in my class, you know, like it wouldn't be that uncommon for me to like hook up with a girl and then sit next to them every single day for like several weeks. I don't know, maybe you would think that it's like less of a reason not to ask, but also just in my experience, like pretty much every single girl that I hooked up with, like it was weird. It was like they had like this really weird like emotional investment in me, and like if I ever made like a kind of like edgy joke or like said something that like might have minorly offended them, they would have acted like really 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 hurt by it, and like would like despise me basically afterwards, because it was like just like this I don't know, it felt like the fact that we had sex, like for me it didn't really mean anything at all, but for them it always felt like even though they would like vehemently deny it, like there was like this like very like serious like emotional investment that they had made. And like whenever I think about that, I just think about like the mechanics of sex for like men versus women, like I don't know, like every single time like a woman like puts out, like she's basically like physically altered, like versus like for the guy it's just like there's not really much going on for them, or as much going on for them.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure if you look hard enough, you'll find plenty of examples of women who just wanted casual sex and a guy who fucking fell in love with her because that's a really common story and then became obsessed and shit. Like, I don't think I can generalize it, but at the end of the day with you, I think you were saying earlier that you were able to get an understanding that it was just casual sex. So if she ended up wanting more after that or felt like let down afterwards, then again, that's not really your problem, you know? If you genuinely did get an understanding beforehand.
True, yeah. It's just I just had all these experiences and I just walked away from them, and I don't know, the whole thing just gave me such a bitter taste in my mouth, and I just really like, I honestly like, yeah, I mean, I'm hiding my power level a little bit because like there's a lot of other like things that I've changed my mind on, and like like I don't know.
Well, maybe we'll do them one at a time over a period, eh? Because, but I'll just say again, I'm not going to tell you to go out and fucking have like fuck people when you don't feel like it. You should, if you don't feel like it, you shouldn't do it, right? But
I'm gonna be real with you, dog. I kind of don't want to have sex until I'm like married now.
Okay. I mean, if that's really what you want, then just do that.
I'm a member of a very conservative church now, and like the dating pool like that I'm a part of now like makes that very feasible. So I'm just kind of like, I'm at this point where I'm like, now that that's like an option that's like very feasible for me, like I'm just like, yeah, I do not like, I really yeah.
And it's not because it's because you just don't feel it, right? It's not because you've decided that it's completely unethical because of some innate differences between men and women, no?
That's part of it. That's part of it. That's a big part of it. I would say it's probably like,
I think if that's ever the only reason, if it ever gets to a stage where that's the only reason, it's probably because you've got more to learn and more to experience. I mean, learn is an experience, more to figure out for yourself. Yeah. That's my suggestion.
It's kind of ironic that like whenever I was
like, if you're gagging for it and you're like, oh no, but it's going to be unethical because she's wired to want more afterward. Like don't ever be in that position. Just, yeah.
No, I'm in a really ironic position now where like I've been super left wing my whole life, and everyone who was older than me was like always telling me like, oh, you'll become more conservative, and now I'm becoming more conservative, and like I'm talking to a lot of like lefties, and they're all like, oh, you'll become more left wing. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it depends, but we're all on a journey. Are you voting for Republican over Democrat now?
Oof. I don't know if I want to go there.
Okay, maybe next time.
But, yeah, maybe next time, because yeah, you're not gonna like the answer. I've like, I don't know, dog. I had a really, really, really rough year, and it like, I don't know, life just like fucking broke me, and like it made me start to reevaluate just a ton of my like core values on stuff. All the experiences that I went through, and yeah, I'm much happier now. I'm a lot less lonely now in general. Now that I've like started associating with like more right-wing people, like there's just like a lot more like just like I don't know, it's just in my experience like people on the right tend to be a lot more honorable, and you don't have to like prove yourself to them as much. They kind of just like appreciate you for who you are more. But kind of my subjective experience. Like,
I mean, I've heard similar stories about right-wing people. It's a shame that they vote in the most destructive ways, though. But yeah, whatever. We'll get to that another time, though.
yeah, I'd love to get to that at another time. I really appreciate this conversation, man.
All right. Thanks. Take care, all right?
Yeah. Have a good night, dog.
I bet. I did not expect that conversation from a fucking 3-year viewer. What the fuck? Well, we handle everything around here, all right? Okay. Captain Gwendolyn, hello. You should have told him to see a therapist. I'm not telling someone to see a therapist after a fucking 10-minute conversation. Like, probably longer than 10 minutes, but no. That's not all Destiny's fault. Stop joining the fucking waiting room, you assholes. Shit.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey. Listen, I wanted to kind of second what the last guy was talking about. I think there's a kind of silent, I don't know if I want to say it's a silent epidemic, but I think there's this thing that's going on where you got some women who will just quietly like ghost you if you don't, like what they want you to do is to like read their mind like a romance novel. And then like if you don't do that and like go for it, like it's the complete opposite of consent culture, right? And I agree with what you're saying. Like, fuck them, right? Like, if they're going to be childish and be a total bitch because I was like, hey, you know, is this really what you want? Or, hey, let's sober you up before we maybe do anything, right? You know, fuck them. But I have experienced that. I have had girls where I didn't want to fuck them, like, on the first date, and, like, they just, like, fucked off. Just complete ghosted.
Whoa. I don't think I meant fuck him in that way. I just meant like I like to know. So yeah, that's just what it's not for everyone, but yeah. So what were you okay. Why is it so difficult for you? Do you find it difficult to just find someone who like works with the way you like to do things, or what?
So no, I can find women that are down with that, and I've been with women that also appreciate it when I would ask.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a thing that if we because a lot of people will hear about what he was talking about, be like, fuck, I've never experienced that, right? And like for like basically, I just want to bring up like it is a thing. It doesn't mean you have to change your values and stuff. Now, what some people do, or what I've heard some kind of red pill or right-wing women try to do is they'll bring this up themselves. Like they'll directly tell you like, look, I don't want you to fucking ask, you know, I want you just like see it in my fucking eyes and go for it. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to be like, well, I'm like this. My buddy's second cousin's like this. So all women are like this. And all of you left-wingers are soy and retarded, right? Like they'll try to like pitch this is like the way to be. But obviously fuck that too. So
I don't know though, because like when people spoke about ambiguity, okay, I think of someone who actually who like deliberately likes to make you not sure, right? But yeah, if someone's giving you like a social cue that you don't need to double check because it's quite obvious, yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and maybe it takes a while to figure that out. Or I don't know, like you can just like try and instigate something, and if they say no, then you know, like as far as like fucking kissing
like,
and shit, like it's not like assault if you just try and
you-
kiss someone, you know? Yeah. Fuck.
No, I don't think it is. I'm just pointing out situations where like the man was expected to kind of like make this happen in a kind of sort of like male dominant fantasy kind of way. Like he just knows. I gave him the look and he didn't just jump in and jump my bones. So fuck this guy. He ain't it, right? And some of us come to this perspective that I have, but then you have others who, like it reinforces, just like a lot of toxic shit, and I guess they abandon feminism or whatever.
How old are you?
I'm 34.
Okay, you've been around for a while then.
Yeah, I've done all right.
Uh,
I also, this might be important. I also grew up in the South, here in Mississippi.
Okay.
So it could be somewhat cultural. I mean, the look at me and just know when it's time kind of way of making sex happen is I think kind of the traditional way it's been for however long. So I don't know.
It depends, because I think there's a few issues. Because maybe you're saying, first of all, there's like I think you were alluding to some cultural issue that women just want men to make all the first moves and they don't really want to have any input and all that, like the romance novel shit. Maybe there's probably something in there, but the other problem I think is that I don't know. I feel like, what was I going to say? I feel like I had a good thought, but it's kind of escaping me now. Holy shit. I feel like some men are just so scared of rejection that they will never try to make that move, even though it seems quite obvious at the time, or if like 5 minutes afterward they're like, oh wait a minute, that was really so.
Yeah.
But I feel like I feel like that is a problem as well. Is like it's
True.
not just that men are expected to have their feet on the gas the whole time. That's not just part. There's another problem where a man has a perfect opportunity to put their feet on the gas and they miss it because they are just terrified that they'll get rejected, and that's like
right.
That's
and then at
too,
the same time, discourse is kind of very polarized, where you're either being told always ask for consent, or you're being a rapist. Every woman is going to expect that you ask, right? And then when you run into a woman that doesn't, you're unprepared, right? People should understand that whichever side of this, like, they kind of fall on, like, go for it. Which if a girl's giving you the eyes, like, yeah, whatever, go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't have to be like, But you can also, like, kind of like how Destiny talks about, like, you can ask, but it doesn't have to be like cringe, unless somebody just wants to make it cringe.
Here's what I feel like with the way that a lot of, and maybe you're not doing this so much, but it feels like some people just kind of admit defeat when that happens because the culture is so fucked that like they feel like maybe especially if a man's like autistic or not like very socially aware, then they just have to, they can't adapt to the culture that demands men always make the first move, so they just opt out. But then I guess if we're talking conservative values and all that, or like what people would say to other things, well, when we talk about employment issues, for example, or like people struggling with just other things in day-to-day life, well, we say you can complain about the system or the way things are forever, but at the end of the day, you're gonna have to adapt to that system and pull and fucking clean up your room and pull up your bootstraps and whatever the fuck else, and just try to, like, you can't just wait for society to change. So I'd say the same thing with women as well. Is like, maybe even if you believe there is genuinely a culture with women who just don't give their signals clear enough and all that, or you're just forced to like sacrifice yourself on the altar of dignity to just like get a yes or a no. Well, that's the world we live in. Just deal with it and learn to how fucking eye contact works or whatever. I'm not directing that completely at you, but just at the more broad.
Yeah. Or if you run into that girl and you get rejected, just be confident in yourself. Be like, well, she doesn't fucking get it. I like to hear good solid yes or no. So, fuck her. Just however you want to adapt. But you're right.
Honestly,
they don't adapt. Yeah, like you said, they don't adapt, and then they're just like, well, fuck it. Bitter now.
And what you'll probably find out is that feels less bad than missing an opportunity and then spending the rest of the time just wondering if you could have done better, right?
Yes. Oh, yes, absolutely. It always feels better to try and have it like egg on your face than to imagine then walk away. Like you missed the opportunity and then you're like, oh fuck, I should have said something. Like, what if it went this way? What if it went that way?
Yeah. All right. Nice one.
All right. Well, yeah. Thank you. It was good talking.
Take care, man. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I'm all right. We need more. I know we have like 4 women who view this stream, but maybe we need a few. Maybe we need 2 or 3 more. You know, I can see some women names in there. I feel like we need women in the fucking call-ins to balance things out here. Holy shit. Oh shit. They never queue up for the fucking VC. That's what they don't do. Because they're more humble. Only if you have something to say though, God. The next guest, everyone in the fucking waiting room, get out, okay? Pile out. Come back next time. Unless you're a woman, okay? I need to hear what women think of these conversations right now that just happened. Holy shit. Do you talk a lot? Yeah, I'm a streamer. I do talk a lot. Yeah. I talk too much. Finkelstein is saying Dustin dodged him. Okay. Damn. I was supposed to debate a person named Destiny this evening at 6 p.m. He agreed that Brianna Joy Gray would moderate the debate. Ms. Gray accepted. I provided Mr. Destiny with references so as to help him along in the debate. What? He called my scholarship atrocious, so I anxiously awaited this challenge, but then Mr. Destiny disappeared. I guess this debate wasn't you guessed it, destiny. Is this really what happened? Oh no. He said on stream that it wasn't going to happen tonight? Mr. Destiny. Did they agree to Brianna Joy Gray moderating? I'm wondering. Lol, okay, I think he has another team running his Twitter account, so maybe they're just incredibly aggressive. My last correspondent was 6 hours ago. I am not rapidly responding to every single email I get within a minute or hour. My turnaround time is 12 to 24 hours, 48 the most I'm traveling. Chill, mate, jeez. Mr. Bonnell. Here are the links to Israel's Turkle report as to facilitate a civil exchange of my atrocious scholarship. I wouldn't want it to be said that I am blindsiding you. I would be grateful if you made page reference to this version, which is my source for citations. Sincerely, Finkelstein. I received this and your prior emails. I'll respond back later in the day for me. I got final topic. Thanks for giving me good links and sources for this. I do appreciate it, even if I'm a bit hostile. I would want a fair and honest debate. The 2-volume Turkle report makes the best case for the Israeli side. As you already know from having read it, I just want us to be on the same page when I present my counter-arguments. Mr. Bonnell, I'm still waiting to hear back from you. Interesting. Interesting. Is Norman Finkelstein a certified debate serial killer? Is he in fact a debate rapist? I love how I told the waiting room to leave and they're all still there waiting for their huge opportunity. Oh my God, we have a woman. We have to, okay, let's see. Let's see what we have in response to what we just heard. Mary Crisis, hello.
Hi, sorry, my mic's not great. Can you hear me?
It's good enough, yeah.
Okay. Hi, sorry, I've been watching you for a while, so just wanted to say I've been a fan for a while, and I think you're really good. What did you want to ask, I guess?
Oh, I just thought the women listening, because I could tell from the chat, some of the ones that I know, what opinions they had on those last 2 conversations.
I mean, I was just wondering why they called in, I guess. What is it that they want to find out?
I guess just to have their opinions heard, to speak their truths.
Cool. I don't really have much to add then.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'm sure I'll speak to you soon, all right?
right. All right.
Okay, bye-bye. There we go. Giga chat. There we go. We have representation now, chat. You can't say we don't have representation, okay? Make a VOD of that. Yeah, we've done our quota. We've done our affirmative action for the day. We've fired everything up. Whilst the fucking men patiently wait. Look at them. Look at them all. Losers. Dipshits. All right. Oh. No more. Yeah, I'm definitely dodging the sexism allegations. I'm going to keep knocking them away. Right, left, and center. We still don't have a Twitch hype train, guys. This is disgusting. But it's okay. You know what? Actually, whatever. I don't even need it, really. Ooh. You know, I think we might have a Lonerbox Dylan Burns stream tomorrow. You know that? Oh, I think it's because basically, well, most people on Twitch have a sub, but not everyone. Quite a lot of people are missing subs on Twitch. At least 80 of them are missing gifted subs. Thoughts on Destiny's latest tweet? I don't know. I guess Finkelstein's just a bit... he's just weird. I don't know. I hope he's more accurate with his fucking scholarship than he is with the Twitter stuff. Did you miss the Bin Laden stuff? Yeah, you did. Yeah. The Bin Laden stuff was amazing. It was banging. Middle East Eye talking about the 29 riots. Maybe I should read like a proper breakdown of that before I talk about it. Because I only know the cursory information about the 29 riots. He is brutal on his scholarship. The Hassan bin Laden tweet. Oh, that one. Oh no. It's a bit inflammatory, you know. I don't like it when people talk about my friends like this. My friend Hassan. Like this just isn't true. He didn't really do this, did he? But I guess he covered for people who did, maybe. Who knows? Maybe not the best. I'm so used to seeing the altered picture that I forget what Bin Laden actually looks like. It got like 33,000 likes. Holy shit.
How many people did he murder?
Holy shit. Milmit, thanks for the 20 gifted subs. That's so generous. Wow. Someone did it. Wait. All I had to do was ask, eh? All good things to those who ask. Hope the fucking incel morons in this chat understand that with the consent thing. Oh, shit. What was the voice line? Oh, that was a tanky responding to the question of how many people did Stalin murder. So why started watching Grace Thorpe? Oh, they're talking now.
Two extremes. But, you know, there's a difference between like, keep yourself healthy, look great, you know, make sure you're looking sharp versus Grace, go put on some lingerie, Grace, go dance for the viewers, you know, put some music on, dance for that, especially in the direction to a man who his name is Hormaxer, right?
Yeah, he's a great guy. I encourage you. He's actually a great guy. Yeah, he talks a little dirty. This is my point. In our family dynamic, Grace's mother was unable to, you know, sort of I don't know your family dynamic, but a mother usually sort of initiates the daughter into, wearing a bra, having the monthly cycles, all that sort of stuff.
Okay.
That didn't really occur because
This guy's weird. I don't know. Hormaxer, he's a great guy. To be fair, that's only a few degrees more wacky than my fucking viewers, it seems. Oh dear. You know what? I need to prepare for tomorrow's little visit with our friend Dylan. I think he's coming tomorrow. Yeah. Loner Box can fix him. Well, one crazy person at a time, eh? Prep with us. I'm hoovering, Maladjusted. I don't know if you need to see me hoovering. Oh. CF Sloth, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Is Dylan staying with you? Yeah. Hoovering stream. Therapy, but oh god. You know what I'd like to do one day, as because I can see the women in chat like reacting to people, like to the two guys we spoke to. I wonder if we could actually get like, if I could just host viewer panels of just have like 2 men and 2 women talk about like dating dynamics and argue about it. Or even just one-on-ones that I can just host. Because I can guarantee somewhere that I feel like we need gender representation in all this dating conversations. And I imagine the women viewers would be a lot more, they'd be quite progressive. So and I know that some of them are, I know definitely some of them are like smart enough to fucking give us a good show on it. Because I read the emails and the DMs and the Patreon messages and shit, you know. Ravenholm, thanks for the 5 Canadian. What are your thoughts on the current state of the Labour Party? Do you think the Conservatives are going to win the next election? Nope. They're fucked, but not because Labour Party are great, just because they're centrist enough that they'll get enough voters. All the left-wing stuff, I think, is basically gone from them, though. They'll just be like a kind of center-left liberal or center-liberal party, yeah. Can you drag Sam in? I just have a few quick questions. Okay. Hello, Sam.
Oh, Jesus, that was quick. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. So I just wanted to check what you think about this. So we had some guys in here earlier discussing some topics regarding like women. And I'm personally a guy that wouldn't be regarded, like if you look at me like on the street maybe, from like a feminist type to be like an ultra feminist. I like view a lot of things through like a patriarchal lens, and even my behaviors might not like fully in line with that. So when I discuss these ideas with women that I meet, usually they get a bit shocked, and they're like, in a sense, they don't expect it, but in other sense, my experience also don't line up with how should I put this? Sorry. So I feel like there's a huge expectations for men to deal with patriarchal issues when it comes to dating. So like men should be like very wary when it comes to consent because they are the one approaching women, and like the standards for men need to be broken down, which I do agree with. But I feel like while men are kind of working on this, like there are like huge problems, but it feels like women still hold a lot of patriarchal values, and it seems to be like multiplying. Even like when I look at TikTok or like Twitter, like, oh, I need high value men, etc., like stuff like that, which are like all these high value traits are super patriarchal and typical from like the olden days almost. And I feel like there's no one discussing like patriarchal issues within women. And I just wanted to see if I'm gauging this correctly. Like, do you have the same experience, or am I completely out of line here?
I don't know. My experiences have been quite often with women who are not patriarchal in the slightest. Like, they're very upfront. They're very advocate for themselves and shit. Yeah, it's
so like they
on...
for an example, you wouldn't think that if this might sound weird, but like, let's say like a more like not typically masculine man, you think that like the women that you met through your entire life, would they be like, oh, cool with that, or would they be like more attractive to like typically masculine man? Or
I don't know. Most of the women I've dated tend to be quite like a little bit alternative, like, so
okay, a different kind of
and
crowd,
quite
maybe.
progressive as well.
Yeah.
But even when I don't, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Still, it's
okay. But like through the like red pill discourse, I see there's a lot of like focus on men, and there should be a lot of focus on men because women deal with more issues when it comes to like patriarchal structures, even in terms of violence, etc. But I don't see like when you see like Destiny or like Fresh and Fit or something like that. Almost all the women there are espousing like patriarchal values, but the only counter I'm seeing for like when Destiny's there or someone else, they're arguing against the men instead of the women there who are not like, who are also espousing like patriarchal values, even though they might like side with Destiny in like the debate, but they're still saying, but I want a man who like makes six figures, etc., which I feel like are weird values to hold.
I feel like people would argue if like if a woman wants that and that's all she's saying, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's more that if she's it's more if the men on the panel teams on those shows tend to be the ones saying this is what everyone should be like, you know, this is the only way to be that's going to be success. Yeah.
I agree, but it feels like I can still criticize someone for having like, I want the man that has like a six-figure salary because he's a man. I still think that like that's like a stemming from like a patriarchal mindset, even though like you can have your personal boundaries and your like personal decisions when it comes to relationship. That's fine, but I think I can still criticize it for being patriarchal. No, if it comes from that like initial set core belief that men should be the breadwinner, etc.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not for you, then you can argue against it. Yeah.
No, but I feel like it. Do you think you can be like a person that espouses like against patriarchal structures and still hold that belief?
Hold what belief? Can you just say it again?
Yeah. So, like for example, I hear sometimes women on these podcasts say that you can't expect this of women. That's very patriarchal, etc. But at the same time, say that men should like make six figures because a man should be like the breadwinner in a relationship, etc. Which are like typically traditional values that would say stem from patriarchal structures.
Yeah, it could be two things. One, most people just have contradictory opinions. That's most people don't have like firm ethical foundations. The second thing, it's probably more of a steel man, could be that
bastard.
It could be that people are I think there are people who could probably enjoy traditional relationships or traditional patriarchal relationships, but they can still oppose them on the grounds of they don't want it to be like an expected standard. They just like it for themselves. That's probably quite common, right? I imagine a lot of like modern advocates for trad stuff maybe just like having it as a choice, but not as an imposed standard, which I think is fine.
Okay. No, I think that's fair because there's I'm from Sweden. It's a very different kind of mindset here. I'm not really familiar with the same kind of culture when it comes on these podcasts with like Swedish women. It's like very different here. Like I feel like the general populace is very more like feminist. So I thought it was a little bit of a culture shock to like hear these like opinions getting espoused from like these people, and no one's countering them, even though they're saying anti-patriarchal like statements against these guys. I was just baffled.
Well, that sphere, that red pill sphere, is hyper selective, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
That's not even an American thing. You're just watching the most curated, like unrepresentative shit. Like they all have fucking lip fillers. It's like that's not the average woman, even in America, right?
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Not
Okay,
to
cool.
rag
Thank
on lip fillers. It's just maybe when there's a room of fucking 20 people with them, it's probably unrepresentative. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely some selection bias on who comes to that show.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, take care. Okay, you cucks, you smarmy cuck bastards. Thanks for the 10 Canadian, Vistobinski. Halo in a box. I completed this Ukraine diorama a bit ago. You and Dylan helped me a lot with dealing with the war. I will send a link through normal chat as I can't put links here. If you put it in the stream chat or DM me, yeah, I should see it. Where is the goddamn... I Wrestle Weebs, thanks for the 13th month of subbing at Twitch. 13 months of being too based for Twitch chat. Hey, I really appreciate that. Wow. 13 months. Can we get a box pill emote? What the fuck would that look like? Whatever. I'm sending you guys to fuck. The Twitch viewers are going to Stardust to watch that Ben Thorpe shit, and the YouTube guys are going to IRI, okay? All right. See you guys for the Dylan stream tomorrow, okay? Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Purple static capsule. True. All right, guys. All right, bye-bye.